Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here. Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Kengan. Kenny Kengan wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can Smoke and Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one. They're all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio is all. There's a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, February 11th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. We have Olympic hockey off in racing. So we have cashed our first bet of the Olympic hockey tournament. The first period under. As I told you guys, I'm going to be betting dogs heavy and dogs early. And I came very close to Slovakia first period. I didn't bet it. I'm kind of hesitant about the first periods, but that's fine. It just means we're seeing things the right way. We cashed the first period under. We have the full game under 5.5. And it's important to note that market-wise, that market went against me. We're going to talk about Olympic hockey. We have an Olympic hockey guest who will be rocking with us here. And sitting here 11 units down on the NHL season at this point, let me just speak for myself. I need to smash the Olympics. I need to make up for a disappointing run throughout the hockey season this year. We're 40 odd days away from Pubapalooza 5, and January was not a good month, and I need to dig in, man. I need to dig in and deliver. So it's nice to start the day with the winner. It's good to not be chasing right off the hop. So Slovakia, Finland, we got the next game. We'll also talk a little bit about Slovakia, Finland with our guest off the hop. So we got a great show for you guys. We're going to start with the Olympic hockey, just the one game. I've doubled up on game 2 as well. We have the game 2 of the Olympic hockey. Then we're going to roll into college basketball. We have Wine Time Sports and Daby Cab, Dabber Cadabber, the Magic Man. Then after that, Wine Time going to stick around with us. And we have Darryl Rice. It's Derl coming off a winning week last week here on the show in NBA. We want to stack these winning weeks. So we will be capping this giant 14-game NBA card. It's great to see all you guys, man. It's great to see all you guys. It's been a heavy 5 weeks. It's been a heavy 5 weeks. And I remember when I went to Pubapalooza last year, my whole life was on the line. I felt like I was hanging on by a thread. And then I went on the biggest run of my life. Well, I need to start that run a little early this year. Right now. Shout out to all the cappers rocking with us. We got Res Mob Respect Play of the Day. It is the Aggies. The Texas A&M Aggies. Too bad because we have the corner of Res Mob and Stacks Boulevard. And I should have had that game on here. I should have had it in the queue. You know what? Jose backstage, one of the great things about having a producer of his quality is that he can move on the fly. Why don't we add the A&M game because it's Res and Stacks Boulevard. And then, of course, Daby Cab can talk A&M sports, nonstop, easy. So why don't we add that A&M game? If you actually, I'll send a message to Daby Cab and let him know. But let's add that A&M game. So that one is isn't it a late starter? Yeah, that's a 9 p.m. game. So let's, Jose, let's add that game right after Daby Cab's Wake Forest, Georgia Tech. Let's add 9 p.m. Eastern, Missouri at Texas A&M. Look, cannot leave money on the table. Must leche. There's so much on the line right now. If this is the corner of Res Mob and Staggs Boulevard, we cap it, man. So, Jose, if you could put that together, and thank you for working on the fly there. That's the final. We want to do that game with Cab, so that will be right after Wake Forest, Georgia Tech. I will add that game to our schedule. If you go to our schedule right now, it tells you the entire card, the entire show. Okay, so that's great. So that's I like this. And I'm very thankful to have Jose Bouquet rock with us. We got Celtics team total over 119.5 and Texas A&M for Stacks. Justin McKelvey in the house. Let's get this all copied and pasted. Great to see all of you. We got Crip Key in the house. The Spurs again today. Warriors don't have the lineup. Interesting. Saying Spurs have a 40-point advantage starting 5. The only thing I've done was faded the 2 teams that are dealing with suspensions today. And NBA is not flying for me right now. Still have a good record overall, but it's not flying for me. And I was thinking of being on the other side of that. But I hear what you're saying, Kripke in the house. We have Dan Kelly says, not keeping my charts any longer. It's not betting much. Says that's the main reason you don't see me here very often. But since the trade deadline, I've been fading the tankers with great success. And he says NBA announced suspections for the following players following Monday night's game in Charlotte. Jalen Duren, 2 games. Isaiah Start. Okay, so it's following. Oh, game lines just moved. Okay, sorry. Sorry, following Monday. Sorry, I'm tripping. Yes, of course. Yes, I moved on those games. Let's see what's happened here. I mean, it was shocking that the lines weren't moving. Let's just see what's going on with that. Thank you for that, Dan Kelly. I'm down to start fading the teams tanking, man. Hey, man. So, yeah, that's down to a 4. So I got the 5.5 with the Hawks. That's nice. And it's only moved a half point with the Raptors. So I think it's still money. Guillermo Zertucci in the house. By the way, here. Oh, Kong's clips. I will find that out. It should be very soon. So I will find out this week for you. And congratulations. We also have congratulatory posts coming out as well for all that. We got Guillermo Zertucci. Now it's for our LA cappers that are interested in San Antonio. The price is finally dropped on the plane tickets. Now it just dropped $100. So now we have a 338 round trip at decent times from LAX to San Antonio. Now it's not the 195 from last year, but 338. So we're moving in the right direction for our LA cappers that want to rock with us in San Antonio for Pubapalooza. We got Spooner's action in the house. I should have moved on Colgate with you. I am on Citadel with you. So that is nice. I have the mighty Citadel Bulldogs here. So that is and you got a better line than me. I only got the 8. But that's the only one we share. At least we're not on the other side of anything here. Resmob is on Liberty. J-Dub in the house. Ronnie Lofton ready to get to work. It's great to see you all. Thank you guys for joining us. We got Los Chudy in the house. Looking for the Captain's NBA card with you, Los Chudy. Kelly McInnes. Great to see all of you guys. TJ says, took Finland live. Money line went down 1. Makes sense. I'm just going to keep my action simple. And I didn't add anything. First period under 1.5. Full game under 5.5. As I said, I want to wreck the hockey. We got 9 legacy. Let's get 9 legacies action here in the... Get this copied and pasted right under Spooner's Action 9 Legacy. Does such a great job. Always sharing his flank steak play of the day. Markel going to be back for NBA. We look forward to it. Philly Eagle Flyer says, want Sweden team total over 3.5. Not available for me anywhere that I can see. He's using FD for, you know what? I think it's because we'll talk with our guest here, which I will announce our show here in a second. But with Nylander being out, there was not a lot available for betting. You know, some offshores had more than others, but I was astonished to see very simple wagers available at 365. They have full wagers for every other game in the Olympics. Acacia Cook in the house. Great to see you. Spencer Hicks ready to get to work. Philly Eagle Flyer. Dimitri Marshall -2.5. So am I. I like that. I'd like to hear that, Dimitri. And Nasty Nate says 42 more days. 42 more days. God, I need it so bad. 42 more days. I think I need it now. Wait till then. Saturated in the house. Great to see you. All right. So here is our show. We have for college basketball, Daby Cab, Wine Time Sports. For NBA, we have Wine Time Sports and Darryl Rice. And for the Olympic breakdowns, as we move through this Olympic hockey tournament, we have just the man for the job. I'm excited to have him rock with us. M the Great in the house. Please welcome from the north, a man known for his depth of knowledge across all sports. We're going to milk it here for the Olympic hockey tournament. Please welcome the Goracle in the house. Gorky, how are you, my friend?
How are you, Jimmy? Let's get it, brother.
So, Gorky, let's talk about the Finland game here. So, Finland came into the tournament 10-1 to win it all. Let me just move over here, get my rosters back up here. And the roster for Slovakia, it's not as good as in years past.
No.
So I was hesitant here, even though I'm just going to be focusing on dogs, because I do believe in the parity of hockey nowadays, whether we're talking, and we'll get into that here with Italy, Sweden. I do really believe in it. And of course, I went over the psychology that, I went through, and that was, I wanted to back the super teams. Of course, my first bit of action, I looked at it and I was like, this is the squarest action I've ever seen. But it's because I'm romanticizing situations. This game, we have some interesting takes here from our guy, the Goracle, on Finland. Finland is always more than the sum of their parts. They're having a tough time with Slovakia here in game one. I think the favorites are going to have tougher times early in this tournament as they get comfortable with their line mates. But talk to us about your doubts on Team Finland here, Gorky.
Look, Slovakia always play like a trappy system of hockey, especially with the fact you have to take into consideration that the rink here in Cortina and Milano is smaller than an NHL rink, let alone a regulation European rink where they would be playing in a normal setting for a tournament, right? Double IHF or whatever it is. So it works into the hands of these teams that play the trap. And Craig Ramsey taught the Slovaks how to play the trap properly. Don't let anybody through the neutral zone with the puck. And it led them to, what, a third place in the World Championships under him the year that the tragedy happened with the Lokomotiv Yaroslavl and Dimitrov was on the plane. And, you know, those guys became Bratislava heroes. And so this is not as good of a team as those. There is no Gaborik, no Kopecki, none of these guys. But they still know how to play hockey, how to play system hockey, the trap.
It was very interesting with the shorter rink, because when I went over the 2014 scores, I realized quite early that I don't know how helpful this will be, although it did lead me to unders, which has led me here to unders. I've cashed that first period under 1.5. Do we touch on Finland's hockey team here before we move on to our game, 3:10 p.m. Eastern, and then into college basketball?
I feel like real skilled teams will struggle, especially when they come up against like the 5 through end of the line type teams. Like if you have a little bit of NHL talent on your roster, you're okay. And the Slovaks, they have like 7-8 players. They have 12 players that are recognizable to me because I watch European hockey. They have a lot of players that can play, and so they should not be slept on. I feel like teams like Finland, who rely on skill, will struggle this tournament. Not just the first game, but be careful with them to even get out of the group. They should, but it should also be 3-0 Finland right now.
They'll figure it out, I imagine. I think it'll be more difficult early. They'll be more. I figure they'll get it together. 7 NHLers on Slovakia. For Team Finland,
the whole team is.
The whole forward group is. On defense, you do have one Mikko Lehtinen from the ZSC Lions. The issue for me was more Slovakia's goaltending. Not that it's bad. It's just I don't know who they are. So, you know, they haven't played at the very elite levels.
World Championship, Jim. World Championship.
There you go. That is the first spot here that's in play right now. We've cashed. I put all my action as always out on X, so my Olympic action out. Let's talk about the game that's coming up. 3:10 p.m. Eastern. Gorky, we have Italy versus Sweden. Brian Watson over on the over 6.5 versus in Sweden. Now it took a lot of balls for me to bet the under 6.5, and I bet the under 6.5 at plus 125. I bet 365. So that line has moved 31 cents in my favor. That under 6.5 is now minus 106. The plus 5.5 for Italy has moved against me. It's moved 9 cents against me here. It's going to be tricky to get a line movement in this game. But I am also on Italy. The first part about it, but at first, look, I've got a future on Sweden, and my my first plan when I write, because I'll write down my plan, especially in a tournament like this that's coming up. I'll write it down a week in advance, and I'll keep going over it and over it. Was to be on Sweden -5.5, and I flipped for game one. And I'm going to be flipping. I'm going to be betting the dogs here in game one a lot. I'm just trying to build some confidence in doing it. When I took the 5.5, also there weren't alt lines. There are now alt lines. I could have got a 5 without having to pay the VIG. I wish I had have done that, but obviously hindsight is 2020. So I have two bets: the under 5.5, which I beat by 31 cents, and I'm on Italy plus 5.5. William Nylander, I mean, his props were still available, but he's not supposed to be playing in this game. Yes. Oh, it's still unclear. So, it says likely to play now. And Sweden plays Coy with goal. Yesterday on the radio, it was Nylander wasn't going to play. Now it looks like he may play. I don't think he plays, though. It's a groin issue right now.
He could be. This is European hockey, right, Jim? He could be dressed as the 13th forward, but not play.
That's it. I mean, that doesn't sound like something William Nylander would enjoy. Knowing him.
See, the thing is, nobody asks you. If the coach doesn't tap you on the shoulder, you don't play. You just sit there.
I hear that, but he is the quote-unquote superstar of this hockey team. So.
But he is. But I'm saying if he's nursing an injury, you don't want to make it worse by playing against Italy and then not be able to play when the games matter.
I don't think he dresses here personally. Justin McKelvey, Italy +5 at +102. Barry Smith giving us final score, Sweden 5-1. And TJ says he can grab an under 7 at -115. That's impressive. That's a really nice grab to me. Steve G on Sweden -3 on the alt line. What is the VIG on that? I'd be curious, Steve G. So let's just talk about and hand it over to the Goracle here. Look, Sweden's defense is phenomenal. Rasmus Dahlin and Victor Hedman on the top line. I mean, is there a top defensive pair that can mess with it?
No.
It's spectacular. The offensive group is not as strong as we've seen in years past, but the countrymen can come together, and there's still a lot of skill on it. The thing about Italy that is different than France, not that this is their home, it's nothing to do with their home. It's that these guys play together. HC Bolzano, we have 4 forwards from, and 2 defensemen and the goaltender. You have a lot of that here with this team. HC Valpusteria has 3 forwards here and 3 defensemen as well. These guys know each other. They play with each other. It's not that Sweden's not a juggernaut. We've talked about the ability of these teams in the smaller rink to shut things down. And look, you can't press Italy +5.5 with confidence. And it's hard to bet a total at +125 with confidence. The fact that it's now -106 gives me some hope, But that took me 2 or 3 days to press the button on. That is my action, Gorky. Take it away for Italy, Sweden. We have final scores coming in. Barry Smith on Italy under 1.5. He gave us a 5-1 final score. Ronnie Crawford on 5-0 Sweden. So take it away for us here, Gorky. Italy, Sweden.
For me, this would only be a one-way game, but I do understand those of you that are hoping for Italy results, because a lot of these guys do play together, and many of them, I think there's like 11 of them that are actually born in North America, right?
Oh yeah,
they're naturalized Italians through the fact that their parents came from the old country type of shit. So these guys are low-level hockey players. They play in Italy, but on Canadian passports, right? So
yep.
You can think that it can be a trap spot for Sweden, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it was 5-0 after the first.
So you should bet it.
And that's why, but both ways, that's why I wouldn't bet it, because it's the first game, and you never know how seriously they're going to take this. Because I've seen spots where they can win 2-1, 3-1. That doesn't work. So that's why I would suggest don't chase. There's going to be spots where Slovakia plays, somebody where we can jump on an actual competitive, plus 200.
Nas Nate says Sweden wins in the under 6.5 at plus 113. I guess, yeah, I guess that's an option here. I guess that's an option here. Oh, that's Steve G looking at that all line. Yeah, that is expensive. I guess that's an option. Nas Nate. I mean, I would be astonished if Sweden in the first period of the Olympics against the home country erupts for 5 goals. Like, that would be astonishing here, because
I'm not expecting it, but I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised if it happened. Like, it's a game that Sweden should be able to control.
Sure. Oh yeah, they should be able to control. It's just first game of a tournament. Yeah. I'm pretty comfortable with my position. I should have waited on. Well, I mean, there's different ways of looking at it.
You're on the plus 5.5, Jim.
Yeah, I'm on the plus 5.5. I would have liked to have waited for the alt line and got the plus 5. I wasn't sure what was going to happen with this line move. There's been very little movement in these markets, except for that under 6.5 that's moved 31 cents. But there hasn't been much movement, and I've been taking pictures constantly just so I can have 365's line movement. So going to that right now here. When was this last time I took this picture? That was 5 days ago. That was when the under 6.5 was plus 125. Looking, though, for tomorrow's card, we are going to miss the Czechoslovakia-Canada breakdown here. Won't be ready. But looking at this card...
You can always do it right now if you want.
I'm not prepped for it here. Okay. But we have, line movement-wise, has there been much movement? There has been... a move to the over. That over 5.5 5 days ago is minus 154. Now it's over 5.5 minus 167. So there's not been a ton. We're also going to miss the Switzerland-France breakdown too, because that's at 6 a.m. here. So moving forward, we'll have those games set so we can break them down, because I know you're very high on Switzerland. We've got to get into college basketball here, but let me look and see if there's been any... There's been a big move to the under in Switzerland, France. 5 days ago, that under 5.5 was plus 110. Now it's minus 118. There's also been a big move towards Switzerland. Switzerland minus 3.5 was plus 125. Now Switzerland minus 3.5 is minus 106. The France plus 3.5 was at a number you couldn't bet it at. Now it is. So there's been a big move towards Switzerland. For Germany, Denmark, there is not. Oh yes, there's been a big move towards, as you would guess, Germany. That minus 1.5 has gone from plus 125 to minus 112. And then for Latvia, America, there's been, interestingly enough, a big move towards USA.
No, you don't say.
Which I'm going to fade. I'm going to be on Latvia plus 4, but I'm going to wait for all the money to come in on America. Now that's one that I could get blown out of the water on, but it is what it is.
But you can see the Latvians have another very good structured team, so they can catch the Americans, but I just don't see it. Like they can catch them off.
Ron Crawford on Germany minus 2. As you guys, we got all of the NBA plays of the day and NCAA plays of the day. Thank you for sharing that. As you guys know, I've moved in the futures market, and I got Germany at 66-1. I got Switzerland at 25-1, Sweden at 7-1. I have the European continent that went from plus 240 to plus 350, by the way. So I have all that locked in. I have Switzerland top 3 at 4-1. And then I have Germany top 3 at 9-1. That moved down from 11-1, unfortunately. Bill Siebert. Happy birthday, Bill, my friend. Happy birthday to Bill Siebert. I love to see it. We also have Vegas Hawks in the house. Vegas Hawks, thank you for joining us. Bill Siebert, happy birthday, my
Happy
friend.
birthday, bro.
Get that copied and pasted. Gorky, do you want any official action here for Canada, for Italy, Sweden? And therefore, we should ask, is there any official action for Switzerland, France, or Czechia, Canada?
No, sir, not yet.
I will
post if there is. I will post on X if there is, and I will let you know. But I don't have nothing today. Just, guys, bet smartly. It's only the first round of games, and let's get to the elimination games and make money then.
And so I will have this set up as Gorky and I go through it, where we can cap the morning games that we won't get to the next day. So that will be
the
included.
Previous day, yes.
That will be all set up. Bill, getting a love. I love to see it, Bill, my man. So Gorky, before you go, you have a look in college basketball.
I do. I have a plus 180 that's moved to plus 2. That's moved to plus 1, plus 200. In the meantime, I am on the Cal Bears, Jim, money line.
Cal Bears money line against the Orange. What is the basis of the upset here?
Well, just because the ACC is wide open in my view, and the Cal was really close in their last cross country sort of play, where they ended up losing to Florida State, but it was a close game after a shitty first half, so ended up losing by 4. I think that I can get the Syracuse Orange here. They are, I believe, an overrated 500, above 500 team that shouldn't be looked at as a favorite ever against anyone. I don't like the fact that Dort isn't going to play for Cal, but it is what it is. Next man up, give me the plus 180, and I'll take my chances.
The Goracle on Syracuse money line.
Nope.
Cal money line. Shit, sorry, I'm tripping there. Cal, sorry, I had the orange in my head. California money line at plus 180, which will open up the Goracle's college basketball account for me with us here on the show. Gorky, thank you for your time, my friend. Looking forward to cap Olympic hockey with you, my friend. I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat. Support our guy, the Goracle. Gorky, any last words for the
guys? Let's just get the bookies today. Let's get them. Let's leche the Los bookmakers, and every day that should be the goal.
And it is, my friend. There he is, the Goracle in the house. Let's move on to college basketball. So we have 3 games in college basketball before we're joined by Daby Cab. Daby Cab then is with us for 7 games because we've had Missouri at Texas A&M. So let's get started. The star of Wednesdays here on Betting with the Bag. Great to have him back in business. We also... we're also going to see the most embarrassing record in sports capping, and that is my college basketball record right now. It's been very costly. It's been horrific. It's given me sleepless nights. I can't hide from it. I can't run from it. I just have to change it. I understand when someone looks at this record and they're like, why would I bother watching this shit? There's nothing I can do except be honest with you guys of where I'm standing. And as much as it's embarrassing and as much as it sucks, I just got to take the lumps and I've got to do my best to change it. I have experts on the show and in the chat that guide us in the right direction. And I hope I can turn my shit around, but I can't fucking hide from it. It just is what it is. As much as it hurts, it is what it is. But I have a friend to rock with here and more coming on to the show. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, Wine Time Sports in the house. Wine Time, how are you? You're muted, my man.
There we go. What a start. Signed out at StreamYard and I was muted. Shout out to you, Jimmy, for having me as usual on a Wednesday. Excited to be here. Excited to cap this college basketball card. I think this college basketball card's a beauty today. This is a really nice card we have today. More excited to cap that than NBA, to be honest. So looking forward to get right after it. We've already made some plays, already tweeted out some action. So I'm excited, Jim. This is going to be a good card. So I'm looking forward to it.
I'm excited as well. Let's get right to work. We have 2 games before we're joined by Daby Cab. And we start with my favorite team in college basketball. Now, I told you guys 5 weeks ago that Citadel should be bet every game, and I didn't bet them every game. I bet them a lot, but I haven't bet them every game. And you look at the Ken Palm rankings, and you're like, oh, thank God Citadel started out so badly. It's difficult to change those rankings. Those are year-based rankings. Citadel, from my man Morgan Spooner said that Citadel is the most improved team in college basketball. And look, they are playing their hearts out there. The coach, everything is coming together. This isn't the perfect time, I think, to fade the Western Carolina Catamounts. It's not about, to me, it's not about a fade of Western Carolina. I kind of like back in Western Carolina at times. And there is some problems here because Citadel beat Western Carolina 79-77 in overtime. And that's what started all of this. They had bounced back from losing to Mercer by 38 points. And that's what started this run. Since they beat Western Carolina back on January 10th, this Citadel Bulldogs team is 6-3 straight up. I mean, if you bet them 9 times on the money line, you'd be rich. So I don't know if this is the perfect spot. I'm not saying that it is the perfect spot. They do come back for 3 home games, Mercer, Samford, and Chattanooga. I'm really interested in backing them against Mercer. We know Spooner's fading Mercer today, and Mercer just does not look like the same team. I think that Citadel will have something for them on Saturday. But let's touch on the line history and hand it over to our guy, Wine Time. This is my first spot on the board. Spooner has come with me, and the lines have bounced all over the place. This opened up at 8.5, moved to 9.5 yesterday afternoon. Then it got down to 7.5. This was 7.5 for 13 hours. It moved back to 8 and 8, a flat 8, 37 minutes ago. So overall, we still had to move towards the Citadel. From a total standpoint, we have a 146. That's where it opened. That's where it is. There's just nothing to it there. So here we go. Citadel Bulldogs, Western Carolina Catamounts. We're Ramsey Center. Take it away for us here, Wine Time. Your thoughts?
Yeah, this is an interesting spot here, Jim. I didn't move on this game as of right now. The more I'm looking at it, the more I don't want to move on this game because I think we'd be on opposites. I think I'd be on Western Carolina here. I think there's a reason why they're laying nearly, what is 8 points here? My only thing is that it opened up at 8.5, depending on where you look. Actually, let me see where Circa opened this one up at. Circa opened this one up at 8, so it's remained in 8. There is a bunch of money coming in on Western Carolina. 54% of bets and 83% of cash is coming in. The line's not really doing too much. We're seeing 8s pretty much across the board. See 8.5 at Hard Rock. See some 7.5s out there. I can get a 7.5 as we speak right now. I just didn't want to move on it. I didn't want to move on a team that's lost their last 3 straight games. And Spoon come in here saying that Citadel is one of the most improved teams in college basketball. Can't really say too much about that because I wasn't super convinced that I was going to move on Western Carolina here. I thought if you were going to be on Western Carolina here, you could probably talk me into it, but I wouldn't take Citadel here in this spot. I would only take Western Carolina here, laying 8 points. I don't know. This line just seems a little bit weird. Citadel, if they're playing their best basketball, being 9-16, going against an 8-15 team that hasn't been able to win a game in the last 3 games and just not playing good basketball the last couple weeks, and they're laying nearly 10 points here at home. I don't know. I'm going to stay off this one, Jim. Nothing for me, but it would be Western Carolina or pass.
And a part of Spooner's cap was the top guard defender, one of the top defenders for the Catamounts. We're not sure if he's going to be in the lineup. High probability that he's not in the lineup. Citadel Bulldogs here, again, something that when we were winning before January, when we were winning college basketball, was going up against statistical profiles that we didn't think made sense because teams hadn't played on the road. Now, the Citadel Bulldogs yearly statistical profile doesn't make sense. So I think it just has to be taken advantage of as much as possible. I'm on the Bulldogs here at the Ramsey Center. Let's roll on. Next up, we have a Wine Time spot here for our next spot on the board. Iowa Hawkeyes at Maryland Terps. Hawkeyes 18-5, 8-4 in the Big Ten. The Terps 9-14, 2-10 in the Big Ten. We're at the XFINITY Center in College Park, Maryland. Let's go over the line history. I'll also bring up action so we can at least discuss what's going on there. it's prudent. A lot of these spots we're not going to have action at Wager Talk. Do we have the Odds Logic Wager Talk board? Is that up for this game?
It is. I see it. Yeah.
Beautiful. For both side and total?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. So this total opened up at 143.5. It's down to a 140. From a point spread standpoint here, we have Iowa sitting here at minus 11. Open up at 11, drop down to 10.5. We're right back at 11. The Hawkeyes are winning basketball games. That was an impressive trip to Oregon and Washington. Destroyed Oregon by 18, beat Washington by 10, and came back in a tricky spot. And we have a couple of them here. I'm very interested what Clemson's going to do coming back from the West Coast. We watched Iowa come back and take out Northwestern 76-70. They were Iowa opened up at 13.5-point favorites, closed as 10.5-point favorites, and it was a very tight game throughout. I mean, this was a very, very tight game throughout. So Iowa probably has more in the holster. I think this is. I looked at this game too. It didn't make the card for me, but it still could. I mean, you have Maryland coming off that win at Minnesota, so is this the right time? Where they're feeling pretty good about themselves coming home. I mean, look what we've seen them at home. They lose to Ohio State by 20. They lose to Purdue by 30. Take it away here for us, my man, Hawkeyes, Terps, College Park, Maryland.
Yeah, I love this spot right here. I'm back in Iowa. No surprise here, going on the road in Maryland. Maryland, one of the probably worst Big Ten teams in the conference so far this season. And yeah, coming off an impressive win against Minnesota. I was on Minnesota in that spot. I laid the points, and they lose outright at home to Maryland. I think that was Maryland's best win they're going to get all season long against a Minnesota team that's really not that good, but was an impressive win for them on the road. You look at Iowa. They took care of business. They couldn't really cover the spread against Northwestern on the road. Took care of business against Washington. We were on Washington in that spot. It seemed like a Washington spot. Iowa on the road, West Coast trip. Laying a short number. I think it was a 2.5 that we moved on. They take care of business at Oregon, beat USC, beat Rutgers. This is a good basketball team. I think Iowa is going to be a sleeper team in March Madness this season. I think it's going to be a team we're going to be able to back. This team's going to always play with a lot of heart. I really like their coach they have over there that they brought in this season. And I think that they can easily take care of business here against Maryland. I got a 10.5. You can still get a 10.5 at a lot of spots. I know some spots are moving this to 11. Some of the sharper books have this at an 11 right now, and it's actually probably going to be 11s across the board here before we know it. 73% of bets and 76% of cash coming in on the Iowa Hawkeyes. I don't necessarily like that. I want to see the line move a little bit towards Iowa, but at the same time, I mean, they're laying double digits on the road in conference play, I think, for a reason. If the books were worried at all, they would have made this a shorter number. When you're a double-digit favorite on the road in Big Ten play, I think you're pretty much live to win every single time and cover. And I think Iowa is, in fact, in line to win and cover this game. Team's only going to play better basketball going forward, I think, and they take care of business on the road against Maryland. I got a 10.5 at minus 110. I still endorse the 11 if you can get an 11. If you can get a 10.5, obviously take the 10.5, but I know 11s are pretty much across the board right now. And Iowa, man, they're deep. They can hit the three ball. This isn't really a slow-paced team like they once were. They've got a lot of guys. I really like Stritz. I mean, the guy can make any single shot on the court, it seems like. You see him taking logo threes. And he looks pretty sharp doing it too. So I think they have the best player on the court here. David Coy, the guard for Maryland, had a good game last week against Minnesota on the road. I think he's going to come back to life here. I think Iowa smashes Maryland here. They're going to beat them by 10 plus in this. So I took the 10.5.
I like the look. I'm interested. I got some asterisks beside it. I'll take a longer look after the show here. That is the Hawkeyes for our guy Wine Time Sports. Let's roll on. Now, I didn't move on this game, so there's a few of these games that I almost did, and then I was like, you know what? Some of them, the ones that I didn't move on, I took off, but some that were still very interesting to me, and this was one of them. Let's talk VCU Rams, LaSalle Explorers here. VCU Rams 18-6, 9-2 in the A10 at LaSalle Explorers 7-17, 3-8 in the A10 at John Glazer Arena in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Look, VCU's running over teams at home. They're not on the road. So that was the first thing that kind of caught my attention. So, they beat Dayton by 26 at home. They barely got past Fordham, beat them by 4. Beat Loyola Chicago by 14, beat Richmond by 8, then just barely got past Davidson by 6. And this keeps going. They beat Rhode Island on the road by 9, lost to George Mason on the road. I look, VCU is a really good team, and I'm not lining up to get in front of them. Justin McKelvey with LaSalle plus 12.5 in his pocket. I was looking at the first half for this one, although I do get it. Wager Tech say VCU 10-0 last 10 versus LaSalle, with 6 of those going towards the under. Why don't I quickly bring up action? Hearing that Justin's on it does make it more appealing at this point. Let me just get the cash flow up here for this one. So let's roll. Look, this is not a fade of VCU, really. We know that they have stepped up and looked very strong. What have we seen from LaSalle? They just got buried at St. Louis, lost by 24. They've lost 4 straight games. But they beat Dayton at home. They beat St. Bonaventure at home. When they played St. Louis at home, they lost by 12. I mean, St. Louis is the undefeated team in the A10. I mean, it's not VCU. So, saying all that, I did want LaSalle first half, but I just didn't have the balls to pull the trigger. Maybe I do now. We're sitting here at a 12.5. Opened up at 12, went down to 11.5, up to 12.5, down to 11.5. Sat at 12 for a while, and then sitting here at 12.5. Wouldn't mind just taking a look at this first half. These first half numbers. For the first half, we have this 7 with no vig. Opened up at 6.5. Now a 7. I just feel like this is optional misery, honestly. I still am interested in it, but I don't know if I can get there. VCU coming off destroying Dayton. They're going to be feeling good about themselves. LaSalle has lost 10 straight to these boys. I mean, they're going to fight. This total opened up at 146, got up to 147.5, now down to a 147. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have no information here, so no help. We have some on the total, 80% tickets, 80% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, Wine Time, VCU, LaSalle.
Yeah, I'm on the other side of our guy Stacks, unfortunately. I'm on VCU here. I like this VCU team. I think this is going to be a team we're going to see in March when it's all said and done. I don't know if they make a run, but I do think that this is going to be a tournament team playing some really good basketball. They're going on the road here, and they're laying double digits, 12, 12.5. I mean, Circa opened this up at a 12. It's now at 13. South Point, 11.5. It's now at 13. This line is definitely moving towards VCU's direction. It's not like a lot of bets and money are coming in on them. I just think it's very telling as well. I think VCU is going to smash LaSalle here in this game. I think they win by 15 plus points. So I moved on the 12.5 at minus 110. Want to see if that's still available at my same book. So you can probably still get the VCU if you want to get on that side minus the 12.5. Maybe being on the other side of the guy's Stacks. But I don't know. I think this is a VCU smash spot on the road here. I just think VCU is night and day better than these guys. And I think the spread is telling us that. Going on the road in lane 12.5, I think they take care of business here. So I moved on VCU. I tweeted out before the show. Minus 12.5, minus 110 here. Like I said, I like this team. I've been backing them this season, and they've been doing really well for me whenever I do. And I like this team, so give me VCU.
Interesting. Wine Time on VCU. I'm going to leave LaSalle first half here as a possibility here. Will says 3-1 Slovakia now. God, I don't want this under 5.5 to get messed with. We have cashed the first period under already. Chris Warren, that was our whole talk. Especially, I went over every single game that happened in 2014. I mean, that was our whole talk. Was that everybody will romanticize these super teams, and we should fade them all, probably, to start. The under 5.5 live is minus 223. A little nervous. Nasty Nate adding VCU to a teaser. I still have some interest in LaSalle. It is time to move on to the 7 games with Daby Cab here. 7 games with our next guest. Big schools, big time action here with the star of Medicate Mondays as well. And we crushed Medicate Mondays as well. So many of us were on Xavier in every which way, and a lot of guys were on Timberwolves in every which way. We have the star of Medicate Mondays, the star of All About the Hoops every Saturday morning, and both of these gentlemen will be starring at Pubapalooza 5. Please welcome the Magic Man, Mr. Dabber Cadabra. Daby Cab, how are you, my man?
Oh man, up here with my guys, Jimmy and Wine Time, the chat, ready to make some money today. Don't get better than this, man. Shout out to all you guys in the chat rocking with us. Let's fucking get paid, man. We got some really good games today. I got 3 bets. I know 7 games. I might add, but I got 3 bets for you guys.
I love it. Yes, and I started sending Cab games that I wanted him to talk with us. So I knew that he was going to have action on the games that I wanted to hear. I just wanted his take on them. So let's get rolling. The first one was not one of those. This was a game that Daby Cab wanted here. USC Trojans 18-6, 7-6 in the Big Ten at the Ohio State Buckeyes 15-8, also 7-6 in the Big Ten. We are at Value City Arena in Columbus, Ohio for this first one. Come on, let me get over here. Let's get into the line history for our first spot on the board. We have a total of 151 flat. This opened up at 149.5. Now it's a 151. Opened up 149.5. Got up to 152 before it dropped. Got down, back down to 150. Now 151. So we've had a 1.5 move towards the over. From a point spread standpoint here, let me grab this. AM says this number is too big. USC covers this. Bill Siebert on his birthday says USF favorite play of the night here. Here from a spread perspective, we have USC plus 7.5. Now, I was just like you guys. I was like, wow, it seems like too many points. But this opened up at 2:27 p.m. at 4.5. At 2:37, it was a 5. At 2:58, it was a 5.5. At 3:19, it was a 6. At 3:49, it was a 7. Then there was a half point of buyback. That ended that ended 2 hours later when it got to a 7.5. Then it got up to an 8. I mean, that's just, and we also can say, well, there's no real manipulation because that's where it stayed. This got to 8 again at 10:08 a.m. and then back to 7.5. So overall, we have this 3-point move, towards the Buckeyes, and it was a tricky move to want to get in front of. I went over here with the cash flow. 94% of the tickets and 89% of the cash is on USC, according to the Odds Logic board here. Spooner leaning towards USC. We have AM moving on USC early. I have great hesitancy getting in the way of these line moves because I felt the same way as you guys. I thought, USC's being on the road. Maybe they didn't look great against Penn State, but they got the win. Now they get the game, 2 nights later. We have Ohio State coming off, getting beaten up by Michigan badly at home. They played pretty well at Michigan earlier in January 23rd. So, this one just makes me extremely uncomfortable. Let's hear from our guy, Daby Cab, Trojans, Buckeyes, Value City Arena, Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, I posted it. I got in when it went to 8. Look, this is not a market thing. This is an injury thing, right? Shout out to USC for winning that game against Penn State because they did it. Now, obviously, Rodney Rice has been out, basically the whole season. He played the first 6 games, hurt his shoulder, and he's been out since then. But he was their best player. He was billed as their best player. So they had to get going again without him. Well, then, you lean on Chad Baker-Mazara, the transfer from Auburn, if you watched him at Auburn the last 2 years, and he's, really started to step up and play outstanding. Well, he didn't play against Penn State. So their top 2 scorers right now, again, I'm going to say this, Rice has been out all season, but they had their top 2 scorers out against Penn State. And what they did is they leaned on this freshman, Elijah Arenas. This kid's put up 24 and 29 points his last 2 games. He's only averaging 13.8 on the season. That being said, he's only played in 6 games. He is a star that we didn't know was coming, is what I'm getting at, right? This kid is electric. Early on in the season, he wasn't getting to play and wasn't shooting as much, but now that he's back, he's healthy, he's back in the game. He's a bucket. He can put up 20, he can put up 25 points in any game. The big question is Baker-Mazara. Is he going to play? I think that the line is moving because of Baker-Mazara, and I'll tell you what, I'll take an 8 with or without Baker-Mazara in the game. You put him in the game, we get news that he's for sure playing. This line comes right back down to where it opened, Jimmy.
I like it. I like the breakdown. We have Daby Cab on USC +8 here. Let's hear from Wine Time Sports. Trojans, Buckeyes in Columbus.
Yeah, I was on Penn State against USC on Sunday. And Penn State, I think they allowed 22 points off turnovers to USC. And it was just like throwing it in like just throwing picks to them on defense. It was just absolutely crazy. Penn State absolutely outplayed USC. USC had the last second shot. Arenas, shout out to him, man. He got into that bad car accident his senior year, 5-star guy, number 1 player in his class, I believe, or at least a top 5 prospect. And now he's getting healthy. I mean, there's a reason why on Sunday his point prop was at 20.5, 21.5. It's like, because they know this kid is going to go off. I could see him going over his point prop today. It's at 19.5 at -110. I don't think that I think Arenas and Asar will be the top 2 guys for USC. I don't think the other guys will be playing in this one. Cab, the guy you just mentioned before. And Asar, man, this guy played his heart out against Penn State.
I got a feeling Baker Mazar is going to play, but
I don't see any point props up for him right now, though.
I don't see point props up for him, and it's a shady information out there. But I don't know. Either way, I'll take it. My bad. Go ahead.
But Asar, I mean, this guy's another talent. Like USC really went out and grabbed some talented players. Mill said to spend some money on talent. They need to spend some money on some, what you said, blue chip players, guys like from Iowa, Minnesota. Those guys come into LA and actually like toughen these kids up, because when they go on the road in Big Ten play, we know what happens almost every single time. And USC has been doing actually pretty well in Big Ten play on the road this season. USC has a good team. This is a tournament team. I think Ohio State is a tournament team. Both these teams will be in March Madness tournament when it's all said and done. I think Ohio State is the better team here, and I think there's a reason why they're laying this number. I moved on the -7.5 at -110 right now. You can still find that number everywhere. I like Bruce Thornton out there too, the guard for Ohio State. I like Mobley. I like this Ohio State team. I've liked them all season long, and specifically at home. We saw what they did to UCLA at home, and UCLA actually almost came back and won that game. But Ohio State, when it came down to it in that second half, like the last 10 minutes of the game, they just bullied UCLA around, and I think that's what they're going to do to USC, especially USC coming off a very hard-fought victory against Penn State. I watched that whole game from start to finish. Gorky was on USC -2.5. I was on the money line for Penn State, and we both lost because USC wins by 2. And we're just sitting there like, what the fuck, man? You know what I mean? But Penn State outplayed USC in that game, and I think Ohio State's going to smash USC in this spot. So I moved on the -7.5 here. I've had a good read on this USC team. I hate to fade them because I haven't been really fading them a lot this season. I've been on them, but this is another spot where I'm going against them. Took my money on Sunday. I'm trying to get it back here.
Hey, shout out to our guy J-Dub grabbing a membership in the chat, man. Much love to you. I got a final thought on this, Jimmy, and I hate being on the opposite side, but this Ohio State team that, like, whether you're talking about Thornton, Mobley, or Royal, they're all their top 3 scorers. They've all been with Ohio State for 2-3 years, right? And in this day and age, like, continuity is a good thing usually, and those are great players, don't get me wrong. But for 2 years, I've watched this Ohio State team get up big early in the first half of games and then just fucking fall apart in the second half and lose. If these guys are good basketball players but just don't have that winning edge to them, I don't know. This Ohio State team just seems like they don't have that step on the throat and finish the game attitude ever for the last 2 years.
Yeah, and shout out to Spoons. He said I went back and forth moving on USC. If I was going to move on USC, I think I would move on a money line. I think Ohio State's either going to smash them or they win outright here. USC is going to have some big-time play from Arenas and Asar, though. And I just think those guys are a little bit tired from the workload they had on Sunday. They're young kids. They're 18, 19 years old. I get it, but they haven't been playing all season long. Arenas has specifically been playing really well these last couple games, and I see him playing really well in this game again. So we'll see. I already moved on. I like Ohio State in this spot.
Our guys on opposite sides of the fence here in Trojans, Buckeyes in Columbus, Ohio. Daby Cab USC +8, Ohio State -7.5 for Wine Time Sports. And shout out to J-Dub, not just a member. Man is a gold member. Thank you, J-Dub. Means a ton to us, so thank you so much, my man. Dutch Boy Fresh in the house. Let's roll on. We move on to 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the number 14th ranked Florida Gators, 17-6, 8-2 in the SEC, at the Georgia Bulldogs, 17-6, but just 5-5 in the SEC. We're in Athens, Georgia for this one. Now, these teams met on January 6th at Florida, and Florida ran it up on Georgia. That was the beginning of since that win they've won 8 of 9 games. The only loss was a home shocker that they lost by margin, 9 points to Auburn. They've been rolling. So it started with that 92-77 victory over Georgia. At that time, Georgia was 13-1 and Florida was 9-5. How times have changed. Florida didn't shoot particularly well, but they dominated the boards against Georgia, 56-35, and that just allowed them to control everything despite the poor shooting. They cleaned up the glass nonstop. It was a 1-point game at halftime, and then as we know what happens when you get offensive boards and you keep getting boards, you break down the opponent. So that is the Gators, winners of 8 of 9. Georgia, I was on Georgia. Georgia was good to me on Saturday. It was too bad. I had my last 2 bets. I went 8-4 on Saturday. I lost 2 games by a point. I had my last 2 bets were Georgia and Creighton, and I wanted to get them both on the money line, but Creighton was just too expensive. So I took Creighton -2 and Georgia on the money line. Georgia smash and grabs. Creighton wins with that last second 3, but I don't get the bucket there. It was disappointing. But I had them at LSU. LSU, as we know, is a fade. I don't know if I want to just switch back and back, Georgia here after catching with them on Saturday. Let's get this line history here for this one. There's been a big move towards the Gators. This opened up at 7. It took 6.5 hours before it moved to 8. And then 3 hours after that, it moved to 9.5. Went back to 9. Now it's back at 9.5. So we have a 2.5 point move towards the Gators. And when we get to the total for this one, we also have the information here from the Odds Logic board. We have a 165. This one opened up at 163.5. And when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 61% of tickets, 82% of cash on Florida. Line moving heavily in their direction. 78% of tickets on the over, 94% of cash on the over here. Wine Time Sports lead off this one for us. Florida Gators, Georgia Bulldogs.
I'm so close to moving on Florida here in this spot, guys. I think they beat these guys by double digits. I think they can name their number here against a Georgia team that started off the season. You mentioned it, really hot. We got on them at certain times, and they have not been playing the best basketball. I'm looking at their schedule going forward, though, and it's not that tough. So I think they take a loss here, and they could probably, if they can win like their next 4 out of 5 games, is Georgia going to be March Madness when it's all said and done? We'll see. I mean, they've got the record to do it. We'll see if their resume is going to prove it, being in the SEC. If they beat Florida outright, I think that this is a big win for them, and they probably get them a ticket to March Madness. But I don't think that's going to happen here, even though being at home. I think the depth on this Florida team is going to be too much. Talk about guys like Thomas Hogg, averaging 18 points this season. Seems like this guy, I don't even know how old this guy is, but it seems like he's been in college basketball for a while. He might only be a sophomore, but I just like this Florida team. I've been backing them. Whenever they lay these kind of numbers on the road, I've been taking them, and they've been cashing them for me. And this is conference play. I mean, I think the line's telling you here that they're going to smash these guys on the road. Look at compare both these teams' records together, and they're pretty much identical. Florida's the much better team, though. Florida will make a deep run, I think, in March Madness just because of the depth I think they have. I want to be on Florida. I wanted to talk about it with you guys, though. I haven't pulled the trigger on it quite yet. So curious to hear my guy Daby Cab says about it. And Spoon's Bet says Georgia missing a starter. They haven't showed up. Okay, so if they're missing a starter and they haven't showed up in the first 5 games.
No, they're not just missing a starter. They're missing their best player. Wilkinson's not in the game.
Okay, well, then that makes sense then, Cab, that they are nearly a double-digit favorite for a reason, and they probably are going to blow these guys out. Cab, take it away. I got to hear this.
Yeah, so what we just touched on, that was what I was going to lead with, what Wine Time said. This is a Georgia team that's missing their best player. And, Wilkinson at the guard position really facilitates everything. There is not as much depth with this Georgia team as there are some other teams, and losing somebody like him, I think, is going to really hit this team hard. Florida, national champions last year, and then they started the season tough. They lost a lot early. I think you said they had a 9-5 record at one point or something like that, Jimmy. Since then, these guys have started to mesh. They've started to figure it out. They lost, and I'm not going to go over all the pieces like always, but Walter Clayton, we can go. They lost those guards that they had, so they just had to get comfortable with each other. This Florida team is so fucking big, okay? Watch them today and watch how imposing these guys are. You were talking about how they just dominated the glass even though they couldn't shoot. It's because they're so much bigger than everyone else, right? I'll use A&M as an example. This A&M team has been playing everybody great, playing way over their level. And then they come against Florida and just get absolutely smashed at home because physically they can't compete with this Florida team. This Florida team is up there with Michigan, with some of the teams that I think are the best teams in college basketball. Florida is absolutely still up there with them. And I think Georgia's in a really tough spot here. So I don't hate the full game. I like it. I did something kind of weird, and it takes somebody who's a real degenerate to do what I did here. But I took Florida first half money line, okay? And I put it with another bet that we're going to talk about in the first half money line, and it comes out at -109. So I have Florida first half money line is the first half of a parlay that I have.
And these first half money line parlays were cashing for you very, very well in the past. Have you been hitting them much this year?
Haven't even bet one, so it's time now.
Wow. Yeah, it certainly is. Certainly is. So Florida first half money line, the beginning of a 2-leg parlay for Daby Cab, and for you, Wine Time. Any interest?
I'm gonna let this marinate for a little bit. Still have plenty of time before this game goes off, so maybe before we get off screen, we'll go back over this game. But I want to be on Georgia. I want to be on Florida here. Excuse me. I want to be on them laying the double digits here on the road. Just haven't done it yet.
Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. So here is now I have made 7 bets, but here's another one that I just couldn't pull the trigger on, but I wanted to, and it's just not fun fading Clemson. Like it's just not. Nobody wakes up in the morning and really wants to fade Clemson. I mean, when we watch Clemson, it feels like they slowly break you down. You know, they're tenacious on defense. They just slowly get after you, and it's unclear to me. So Clemson, Stanford, that was a hell of a basketball game. Stanford played out of their minds, covered with that last second shot. Then what's Clemson do? They destroy Cal, and now they come back home. Nice trip to California. On the other side, Virginia Tech, played Duke okay in that 72-58 loss. At least they held them to 72 points. And then losing at NC State 82-73. Not appealing. They were 10.5-point dogs, so they did cover. They were down 12 at the break, and they came back. Did they come back because NC State kind of took their foot off the gas? I mean, that's up for interpretation. Yeah. Let's grab the line history here. I'm interested in Virginia Tech. And but again, I just couldn't press the button. This total opened up at 136.5. It is now a 136, but it did get up to 138.5 5 hours after the line was available. That turned out to be the high water mark. So it's a half-point move towards the under. And when we get to the point spread here for this one, we have this 8.5 that's just been staring at me. Opened up at 9.5. Hour and a half later, moved to 9. About 8 hours later, moved to 8.5, where it stayed. Sitting here at 8.5, we have the 1-point move to Virginia Tech. Love to hear from you guys in the chat what your thoughts are on this one. Matty I says I'm not on it, but I will say Virginia Tech has the scores to hang with Clemson. Bill Siebert says with you there. There's not much more. I mean, I'm very hesitant to fade Clemson, but wouldn't this coming back from Cali be the spot to do it? 66% of the tickets are on Clemson, but just 51% of the cash. I mean, everything about this makes me want to bet it. 91% of tickets on the under, 87% cash on the under. And then if it's, the way I've been watching Clemson kind of slowly suffocate teams, then is it a first half bet? Because that was my initial thought, was a first half bet. So here we go. Daby Cab, Hawkeyes, Tigers, Little John Coliseum in Clemson, South Carolina.
Well, we're at that part of the year in college basketball where you're going to start hearing the word quad a lot, right? This is a situation where Virginia Tech needs that quad 1 win, man. They've lost 3 of their last 4 games, sitting at 16-8 on the season, but only 5-6 in conference. I mean, they need this badly. They've lost 2 in a row. Like I said, 3 of their last 4. Clemson is not. They're 20-4. They're a good basketball team, but they're not a team that I really want to go out there and lay numbers with ever in any situation. They seem like the type of team that's perfectly happy if they're up by, 6 points or something like that and closing the game out. But getting up there to 8.5 or anything around double digits with Clemson, there is no way that I would be on anything but Virginia Tech if I bet this game. I didn't bet it, but if I did, I would take Virginia Tech.
Yeah, I stayed off this game too. I kind of wanted to attack the under a little bit, but seeing all these bets and money coming in on the under and the line's not moving towards it, it's not really moving at all, actually. I mean, 136 is pretty much everywhere. I guess you could say I moved a half point. And aside in this game, I was leaning towards Virginia Tech a little bit too. I just don't want to back them here. You guys mentioned they do need this victory. I just don't know if they get it here on the road. I didn't want to move on this game. I haven't watched a Virginia Tech basketball game once this year. I have watched some Clemson games, but I don't know, like what Cab said, I don't know if I want to lay double digits with Clemson. I don't think Clemson's a top 25 team in the country if you compare them to everyone else. Honestly, I think they're probably going to be outside the top 25 when it's all said and done. But I'm not going to fade them here, and I'm not going to be on them. It's just a pass for me. I've got so much action today already. I didn't get involved in this one.
Daby Cab, if you were going to move on the Hawkeyes here, would it be a first half or a full game look?
First half on the road, Jimmy. On the road, I'd probably go first half here.
Okay, I'm gonna.
It's hard for me to say that just because, like what Wine Time and me said, I don't like laying large numbers with Clemson at all. But on the road here, I'd go first half probably.
Okay, I'm gonna roll on. Thanks, fellas. With the Olympics, look, I've not been delivering at a level that's.
I mean, Clemson's not going to put up 80 points. They're going to put up 75 points, right? So let's say Clemson puts up 75 points. Like, I think Virginia can get to 70. Like, I think that Clemson wins this basketball game and Virginia covers. It's classic like that.
What about you, Wine Time? If you were going to move on the Hawkeyes, would that be a first half or full game? You're muted, my man.
I would think I would lean towards more full game. I was on NC State on Saturday. I mean, I texted Cab right after that game, lost the game by the hook. I was on the 9.5. They win by 9. They were up by 10 the entire fucking game. You know what I mean? Like, just took the foot off the gas pedal. Virginia Tech losing 14 points at Duke too. That game didn't cover in that one. And they didn't really, the score doesn't indicate how much of a blowout I think it was. I think they should have lost by 15 minimal to NC State. So maybe if there's a backdoor cover available, I can get that. In the final couple minutes, let's say Clemson's up 12 to 15 points, and somehow VTech, those last couple minutes, can get the cover. I would be on the full game instead of the first half, but I'll probably end up staying away from this game, honestly.
Okay. So this next game is the exact same situation. We're going to have Wine Time hitting leadoff here. I want the Rebels here. And again, like I couldn't hit the button, and I just staring at it. I was like, you know what? That's okay. Just talk it out with the guys. And Alabama Crimson Tide, Ole Miss Rebels here, tied 16-7, 6-4 in the SEC. Rebels 11-12, 3-7 in the SEC. Sandy and John Black Pavilion. We're in Oxford, Mississippi. Alabama won at Auburn 96-92. That came on the heels of that wildly interested Texas A&M game that we talked about here on the show, where they barely got past A&M with that enormous size advantage, 197. Again, like if you're going to back Ole Miss, you're saying, well, I'm going to catch this falling knife. Watch me catch it. And they've lost 5 straight games. The only one loss at Vanderbilt was not by double-digit points. Kentucky, they lost by 9. But they've been losing these games by margin. And here they play Alabama. They haven't played them yet this year, so there's nothing really, nothing to go off of here from an initial game. But I wanted Ole Miss. Let's take a look at the line history. I knew it had moved slightly towards Ole Miss. Let's see if that has continued. This opened up with it's been all over the place again. So it's opened up at 7. It got up to 8. Got up to 8 after the line being available for just under 4 hours. Then, 7.5, 8, 7.5, 7. Now it's back at 6.5. It's so strange to see it back at 6.5 because I saw this at 6.5 earlier than when it moved here to 6.5. But it's a half-point move to Ole Miss, a move I find appealing. And then we have 75% of the tickets, 70% cash on Alabama. So from a a book standpoint, they're taking all this money on Alabama. They don't seem to care. 91% tickets on the over, 68% cash on the over. Clearly, they're comfortable here. Let's just take a closer look at what Circa has done with this. Sorry, I don't know how I just lost. I just had it all. So here we go. So Circa's got this sitting at a 7. Other books are at 6.5, but they have 77% of the tickets, 72% of the cash on Alabama, and they've moved it from 7.5 down to 7. I mean, Kelly McKinnon says over. It's Alabama. Kripke is on Bama. Justin McKelvey says I got gloves on catching Ole Miss, but shouldn't need them to catch this knife. Says our guy Justin McKelvey. Let's roll here. Wine time. Crimson Tide. Ole Miss Rebels.
I want to be right there with you guys. I want to be there with you with Stacks and the +7. If I could have gotten a +7, I'm seeing 6.5s across my board right now. And yeah, it does look like a little bit of a suspicious line, but at the same time, I don't think I want to try to catch this falling knife here today, guys. Not today, not with Ole Miss. I've tried it before, and it's no fun watching this team play basketball. This isn't a good team by any means. There's a reason why they're 11-12 right now. I don't remember last time they won a fucking basketball game. It's kind of crazy. Being at home, I get it, the line's moving towards them. I'm not going to do it as much as I'd want to. I wouldn't back Alabama here in any way. No way. I'm not going to back Alabama here. But at the same time, I could see Mississippi not showing up at all for this spot, even though they're at home. Although the market's leaning me towards that way, it's not fun backing this Ole Miss team. Maybe it's a little recency bias, and I should throw that out the window. It is an Ole Miss spot, but at the same time, I just can't do it. And Alabama's been so inconsistent this season. I don't know whether to trust them laying a number or getting a number, and they're laying 7 points here on the road. I don't want to lay 7 points with Alabama. Do I think Alabama's a March Madness team? I don't even think they are at this point in the season. They are not playing a good brand of basketball. They should want to go out here and beat these guys by double digits to help their resume out a little bit. But as of right now, I'm off this game, guys. Nothing for me in this one.
AM has his projection Alabama -9. So, AM says this is home court being overvalued. DC Capper on Alabama. Let's hear from Daby Cab, Crimson Tide, Ole Miss Rebels.
Ole Miss is an awful basketball team. Okay, that doesn't mean that they can't cover. That doesn't mean they can't win this game. But I just want to be very clear. Ole Miss is fucking terrible. Okay, if you want to go back through, like, what'd you say, 11-12 right now, right?
Yeah.
But let's go look at like who they actually beat. Okay, Alcorn State, Alabama A&M, Southern Miss, lost to Miami, lost to St. John's, lost to Utah, lost to Iowa. They got Austin Peavy. That's good. They beat CSUB, whoever the fuck that is. Barely beat a horrible Memphis team this year. This is not a good Ole Miss basketball team. And this is a Alabama basketball team who I agree with Wine Time. I don't see them making any kind of run. I think they'll make the tournament. I think they'll get in as maybe like a bubble team or make it in like one of the last teams in or something like that. But you got Nate Oates here, who is very much on the hot seat for this Alabama team. And this is the Ole Miss team. If you want to look at their numbers, Jimmy, so let's see. 241st at points per game, 262nd at field goal percentage, 189th at 3-point percentage, 259th in rebounding. So not only are they missing shots, they're not fucking getting rebounds. And so we add these things up and we look at this NATO team and how they play. We know how they play. They get up and down the court. They run up and down the court. Ole Miss hasn't put up 70 points in any of their last 6 basketball games. They haven't got to 70 in the last 6 basketball games. If they are not completely dialed in and hitting their shots today, Alabama beats their ass by 20 points. And it's not even, they run them off the gym. I understand how it sets up for Ole Miss, but I'm going to start with what I said at the beginning of this. They're just not a good basketball team, and this is an Alabama team who is on the ropes. They're absolutely on the ropes. I took Alabama first half here. It was the other part of my parlay. So I got Alabama first half as the other part, and it's -109.
First half money line -109. I get it. I'm going to need more time with those spots, but thank you for everybody giving in insight. Daby Cab, let's roll on. The next spot on the board, like I was shocked seeing people on North Carolina yesterday, after hitting the shot of the year, or not shot of the year, but, just a massive shot against Duke. I was like, well, isn't it time to fade them afterwards? Like I get too caught up in, well, I mean, why were we all on Xavier? We weren't on Xavier because we thought St. John's is not a good basketball team. We're on Xavier because St. John's just won their Super Bowl. And so then the opposite is also something that I want to attack all the time. UConn just lost St. John's. Why wouldn't we think they're going to go into Hinkle Fieldhouse and want to smash and grab? I mean, that again,
I said it last week. Bad things come in twos in college basketball.
You did also say that.
And guess what? Whatever game, I can't even remember what it was, but that team lost. Whoever it was that I said that lost to.
And by the way, Spooner says there's a real chance Alabama is punished for the recruiting and starting a professional player. Clear violation of rules. NCAA didn't let Memphis in when they tried a similar move. So UConn coming off the loss to St. John's. It was a hell of a breakdown by Spoons, by the way, on that game. And here we have Butler off 4 straight losses. They're not a very good basketball team, and I can understand wanting to back them, at Hinkle. They've already played. They went to UConn way back December 16th. They lost 79-60. A 19-point game here. Let's take a look at the line history and hand this over to the squad. We've got let me get to UConn. Man, I apologize. I should have had this set up here, but I'll get it right now. Okay, so we have the Huskies minus. Is it still minus 11? Yes, minus 11. Opened up at 10.5, went down to 10, got up to 11, back down to 10, bouncing all over the place. Was at 11.5 for, from midnight till 8:30 in the morning. Then it came back to 11. We have a half-point move towards UConn. And then from a total standpoint here, we have this one sitting right now at a 145, which is where it opened. Opened up at 145, is at 145. And when we get to the cash flow here, come on, show your face. Cash flow. We have 88% of tickets, 95% of the cash on UConn. No information on the total. Daby Cab, take it away. Huskies, Bulldogs.
So, yeah, I did say bad things come in twos, but UConn's not losing this basketball game. I mean, Butler's not a team that I would. I mean, they can want this. This can be their Super Bowl, like we always say. They're at home. This can be the only game that matters for them all year, and I still don't think that they're – I mean, I think if you look at some of their rankings, they got them around like 78th, 79th, 80th, depending where you look, and I think that's too high. I'd put them in the hundreds. I'd put them in triple digits here. This is just a Butler group that's gotten worse and worse each year the past couple of years. There's no way I'm betting this game, though. UConn or pass.
Yeah, I stayed off this game as well. I do not want to back Butler here, and that's the only side I would go here. And I don't want to fade UConn coming off their second loss of the season to St. John's in that game. And I was on UConn in that spot. I don't want to go back to the window here with them laying double digits on the road in conference play. Butler hasn't been, you guys mentioned, hasn't been playing that good of basketball. They probably should have beaten Providence a couple of games ago. Went into overtime. They played Georgetown pretty tough. It just seems like the second half they've been falling apart. And I want nothing to do with this game. If I was going to move on something, it would be on Butler, and that would only be because there's all the money coming in on UConn, and the line's not really moving. It's moved a half point. That's not enough for me to think that it's moved enough to move on it. So I'm staying off this game. Nothing for me in this, even though I love this conference. Seems like I have a bet on every single game in this conference every single day, but we'll talk about one of those games later on. So nothing for me in this one, Jimmy. It's a pass for me. I don't want to back Butler.
Let's roll on. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. Wake Forest Demon Deacons, ACC action. Two teams who've been terrible in the ACC. Wake Forest 2-8, Georgia Tech 2-9. Overall, Georgia Tech 11-13. We're at McCamish Pavilion in Atlanta, Georgia. Here, these Demon Deacons. Well, both teams in the throes of a losing streak, man. The Demon Deacons have lost 5 straight. They've lost 7 of 8. And, there's no history. They haven't played Tech yet this year, so this is the first meeting. Coming off that 88-80 loss at home to Louisville. We know Louisville's a really tough team. But, Louisville was up 9 at halftime. It wasn't like, Wake Forest played well. Wake Forest opened up as 7.5-point dogs, closed as 9.5-point dogs. So, again, depending on when you got in, depends on whether you got paid. So, the Demon Deacons head to Atlanta to take on Georgia Tech. Let's get into the line history and set this one up. Georgia Tech is also in throws 5-game lose streak. They've lost 8 of 9, coming off a horrible. Well, there wasn't a horrible trip at first. I mean, they played Cal tough, but then losing 95-72 at Stanford. Now we're watching Stanford kind of get it together here, but still, now they come back from a disappointing trip. The last time they were at home, they played North Carolina. They lost by 16. Let's get into the line history, and we will start with Wine Time Sports here. This one, again, a 9 p.m. banger. We're kind of getting out of chronological order because this is a spot that Daby Cab wanted to talk about. 158 was the total. Got up to 160, down to 157.5. And I love bum fights, man. Daby Cab said he wanted to talk about this game. I was like, damn right.
Yeah, you're probably shocked I sent this one, right?
I loved it. I was pumped up, man. I was pumped up. Now, we want you to open up the A&M game, so we're going to have Wine Time hitting first here. Georgia Tech opening up at plus 2.5. It moved to 3 at 7:43 this morning, and that's all that's happened here. And then when we get to the cash flow, we don't have any information on the side. I can get it from a different site, but odds Sport is nothing. 60% tickets on the under, 70% cash on the under. Wine Time Sports, take it away.
Yeah, very much a bum fight I haven't gotten involved in yet. Although I do kind of want to lay the number here with Wake Forest on the road in ACC play. These are 2 bottom feeders of the ACC. The ACC is just becoming the bottom feeder in all sports at this point. And these 2 teams, I don't like either of these teams. If I was going to move on something, it would be on Wake Forest, but nothing for me on this. I'm curious to see what Cab has to say on this one. I'm curious. Let's hear it, Cab.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I took Wake Forest in the first half, -1. All right, look, I know it's a bum fight. I know both these teams are terrible, but we're in a sport here in college basketball where we know how much home court matters. And you got 2 teams that are absolutely horrible, that are both on terrible losing streaks. One sitting at 11-12, one sitting at 11-13, and the road team is favored here. Not by 1, not by 2, but 3 points now, and it's moving towards Wake Forest. There's only one player on the court for either of these teams in this game today that I think could go play. I don't want to say at any school, but almost any school, right? It's Juke Harris for Wake Forest. He is the only person that has even close to the ability to put up 30 points on this court. If you look at his number, it's set at like 23.5 or 24.5, so it's way up there. I think he has a huge game. I'm not on his prop here. I'm on Wake Forest first half, but I think he is literally the difference maker in this game. We're going to have one player that's really good and everybody else sucks on the court. I think he's going to have a ton of points. I think he probably gets about 25 to 30 points in this game. And I think Georgia Tech, at 11-13 playing an 11-12 team, they're not going to be up for this game. Yeah, they're still at home. Yeah, they're comfortable on their home court, but this isn't the quote unquote Super Bowl. It's not Butler taking on the, one of the best teams in the country in UConn. It's Wake Forest. It's another team that sucks. I think this game goes under everybody's radar, and I think Wake Forest kind of beats the shit out of them here, if I'm being honest.
Wake Forest first half -1 at -110. We brought our next game up. This is final spot for Daby Cab because we heard that not only is it the respect play of the day, it is also the stacks play of the day.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Rez Mob moved on the first half -3.5, -125. Justin McKelvey moved on the full game -7 at -110 here. And I didn't quite have this one set up. So let's just quickly do that right now. Sorry, let me move back over here. So this one, another 9 p.m. pop-off, which is good because I didn't have much late action, and I'm looking to add to my card here. We have, as Daby Cab was talking about AM, just that there's a lot of fight in the dog here. These last 2 losses, the Alabama loss, there was no shame in that, but this Florida loss was that Florida did exactly what Alabama should have been able to do, but didn't dominate them with size, 86-67. It's got to be a very angry Aggie squad that you would think would be shot out of a cannon here. Missouri has won 2 straight, 3 of 4. They went to Alabama and got annihilated. That was their lone loss here. This is the lone matchup here with the Aggies for Missouri. So let's pull up the line history and hand this over to Daby Cab. This one starting off, opening up at 9. We have a 6.5. We're sitting here at the 6.5, so that's exactly where this one opened. Opened up at 6.5, went down to 5.5 initially after about 45 minutes, got up to 7.5 after the line being open for 8 hours, then back to 6.5, 7, 6.5. So we are right back from where we started. We get to the total here for this one. We have this total sitting right now at 158, heavily juiced to the over. It opened up at 157.5, and we have 59% of the tickets, 69% of the cash on the Aggies. Daby Cab, take it away. Are you interested in backing the Aggies after a real beatdown by the Gators?
Yeah, and like you said, it was a beatdown against Florida. They were just outmatched. They cannot. The physicality of that Florida team, A&M cannot match. Missouri can't match that physicality. Now you got a team like Alabama, right? We saw that was such a close game with A&M. It's because the size is different. The pace of the play of that game was different. It's a very fast-paced type of game. Now Missouri's going to try and slow it down a little bit here, but I think A&M will be able to dictate this pace, especially with how Bucky puts his presses on. If you haven't watched A&M, they're not talent-wise. They don't have that much talent. I don't know if they have two people that I would send to another team and say they could play on any other team. What they do is they play very hard on defense. They're going to mix their presses up throughout the game. I would put this line at 3.5 if I made it. Honestly, I would say probably 3.5 for Missouri. So for that reason, I'm off this game. And I genuinely, I don't have a lean. As much as I want to say, oh yeah, I know this team intuitively, I don't. I have not had a good read on this A&M team. I've lost when I've bet, when I've tried to fade them or go with them this year. So I'm kind of just staying away from them in college basketball.
Godfather on Texas A&M -6.5 says, has Missouri struggled badly defending the 3, last in the SEC in opponent 3-point percentage and threes allowed. Texas A&M is hitting 11.4 threes per game. Twisted says A&M's been a wagon except for the Florida game, and it was expected. Can't fade Bucky ball. Millsy MMA locker room in the house. Twisted also on the over. Your thoughts here, Wine Time, on Missouri A&M?
This to me sounds like a Texas A&M smash and grab here at home after getting blown out at home by Florida. We talked about it. I believe they played on Saturday, Cab. Talked about that game, said Florida was going to smash those guys. They smashed them. I think A&M is going to be angry here. Mizzou is no Florida. If you look at their track record so far this season, the teams that they've beaten in conference are the bottom feeders in the SEC. And I think there's a reason A&M coming off back-to-back losses right here. Is this 2 in a row? In conference play to two pretty good teams as well. I mean, when we think about Florida and Alabama, I mean, Florida is national champions last year, and I think they're going to make another run. Alabama's always good, and they scored 97 against them in that game. On the road in Alabama, whenever you go on the road in conference play, if you score 80 or more points and you lose that ball game, it's a small chance of that happening, and they scored 97. I think, did that game go into overtime, Cab, or no? I don't think it did, but I want to be on A&M here. I think this line is high for a reason, -6.5. I want to lay it here after just fading them against Florida when they were getting 6 there at home. So I want to be on A&M here. I haven't pulled the trigger on it quite yet.
And what is keeping you from pulling the trigger?
Honestly, probably nothing at this point. I kind of wanted to hear Cabs talk me into A&M. I wanted to hear one of you guys just say, like, why are we not betting A&M here? And I was going to agree with you guys thinking that this is a Texas A&M spot. I haven't like I said, I watched that game on Saturday and A&M got out, man. It wasn't even close from start to finish. They got blown out in that game. And I think they're going to come out angry in this spot. So I am going to move on it here. It's a later game. That's why I hadn't moved on it quite yet. And I've got some more action. Give me A&M because this is going to get to a 7. I feel like at some point right now we have 6, 7. I mean, not the sharpest books right now at Circa. So Circa and another book right now as we see. So I think this is going to get to a 7. So give me the 6.5 -110 here, guys. I'm going to be on the Texas A&M Aggies at home here.
Wine Time on A&M -6.5 -110. Daby Cab, thank you so much for rocking with us, my friend. Tell us a little bit about the big Saturday show, all about the hoops.
Oh man, we had Dutch bring some NBA and Wine Times brought some NBA. It is all about the hoops. We do kind of focus on college basketball, but every Saturday morning we get up here. We bring up, several cappers. Wine Time, my guy Guns picks. Gorky joins us. Billy has joined us. Shout out to Billy and the UFC guys. Make money. That's what we do. We get here, cap games, give out best bets, and we try and get paid. I absolutely love Saturday mornings. I love coming up here with you, Jimmy. you guys in the chat, man, we don't have anything without you. So thank you for rocking with us. And let's get paid today, man. Let's make some money for you guys.
There he is. Daby Cab, Dabber Cadabra, the Magic Man. Let's roll on here with Wine Time. We'll go quicker through these games. We got our guy Darryl Rice ready to attack a massive 14-game NBA card with
Huge.
Wine Time and myself. DC Cap also moving on UConn minus 10.5. And the spreadsheet play today. God, how did I miss that? I must have copied and pasted that. But the spreadsheet play today is also A&M. So look at that. Stacks Boulevard, the corner of Stacks, Spreadsheet, and Respect. Head over to the Patriot League. I have moved on this. I started my card with 2 bets. This is American University, Lehigh Mountain. I have 7 now, but this was a bet that I want. I wanted Lehigh. Americans lost 4 straight games. I don't like fading a team off of playing the top team in the conference. They're just coming off of an 82-73 loss at Navy. I think this game will be a little more difficult for them to deal with. This is their first meeting with Lehigh. They play Lehigh again on February 25th. But, they've lost 4 straight games as American. They have won on the road this year, although haven't looked nearly as strong of late. But this is more of a bet on the Mountain Hawks at home. We watched them beat Colgate at home, 77-76. I watched that game. I was on Colgate. They played great. They have been delivering at home. So let's just going over their last home games. They beat Colgate 77-76 in overtime. They beat Lafayette 64-59. They beat Loyola Maryland 88-81. They lose to the number 1 team in the conference in double overtime. 82-79, they lose to Navy at home. They beat Holy Cross 66-58 at home. So there you got 5 straight wins for the Mountain Hawks at home, and I think they can go in and come home and beat American. I got the plus 1.5. This wasn't moving at all. Let's take a look at what's going on now with this Lehigh Mountain Hawks spot. See if here we go. The total is a 140. Opened up a 138.5. We've gone up a 1.5. And then on the spread here, we have still the plus 1.5, staring at everybody. This has not moved since the opening. Not moved 1 cent here. Dougie Wise is on these, or is that the Atlanta Hawks? That must be the Atlanta Hawks. Because it's plus 4. I'm with you. I got that 5.5 this morning, Dougie Wise. I'm right with you. Take it away for us here. Wine Time. I moved on these Mountain Hawks. Join us in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Wine Time. Pete Hanna Center. Oh, no, shit. Yeah, that's Pete Hanna Center's in Homewood, Alabama. Stabler Arena in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Take it away.
I'm right there with you on Lehigh. I hadn't moved on it quite yet. When you told me to look at the games that we're going to cap today, I looked at this one, and I kind of had the same reason to back them as you did, being a 10-15 team, being at home, coming off against an American team that's 13-12. American has lost their last 4 straight games, so that was one of the reasons why I didn't pull the trigger on it quite yet either. I knew you were going to be on Lehigh here, and I want to be on Lehigh. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to get on them first half or full game, and I'm not getting a market on it, on action, on odds logic. It's just they're not giving us a market here because it's so small. There's probably not even 1,000 bets placed on this game here. So for that reason, that's why I haven't pulled the trigger on it. I might still. I don't know if I want to do it first half or full game. I don't know if I want to trust them to come out there in the first half at home and being able to cover the spread there rather than the full game. I don't know, because I think that they could maybe fall apart in that second half, but I want to find the first half number that I can get right now, and that is a plus a half at plus 100, or plus a half at minus 120 for Lehigh right now. So I think I might want to go in the first half direction, Jimmy, on the plus a half. I'm not going to move on it yet. I'm going to wait a little bit. I want to see if we are. We're not going to get a market in this game, are we?
We might from action. We certainly won't from odds logic, but we might from action. Shout out to Truth Teller in the house. Great job in the Super Bowl, Truth Teller. You nailed it, my man. Well, take your time. Anything you put out on X, of course, will be a part of your record. So there we go. Patriot action. Let's move on to the next spot on the board here. Now, this is just me not trusting myself because of the January from hell. I would have been on Samford minus 4. Samford's a different team now. They're turning it on the SoCon. They're going to make a lot of noise here, I believe, in this last 5 weeks of the season. Here you have a team 9-3 in the SoCon, Wofford 17-8 overall, and they're real legit dogs to Samford. Because look what Samford's done in these last 3 games. They've won 3 straight games. I'd rather they beat up on Western Carolina by 14 on the road. They beat Citadel at home by 14. Citadel's playing really good basketball. That's the worst loss Citadel's had since that East Tennessee Buccaneer game. They destroyed Mercer. Now Mercer looks like they're a mess right now. They destroyed Mercer by 20 at home. And look, this is a team making up for lost time. This is not I'm fading Wofford. I'm backing Samford. And if I had to trust myself, I'd be sitting with a 4. Instead, I had to pay for a 5 because I didn't trust it, and I waited, and I wanted the market to give me some sort of indication. Wofford beat Samford at home by 10, 88-78 on January 21st. Look, I'm fading a team that's won 67 games, and I'm fading them. I'm backing the Bulldogs, and if this works, I'm going to keep backing Samford. I'm going to keep backing them throughout the rest of this season here. They opened up 4.5, dropped down to 4. It was sitting there, but I was like, it's half my move against me. I probably shouldn't. Then it moved to 5, and then, okay, I should trust it. And then it moved to 5.5, and I was like screaming in my head, and so I had to pay for the 5. It's a 5.5 juiced right now. It feels like a 6 could be coming to town. And from a total side of things here, we have a 150, opened up a 151.5. Take it away at Wine Time.
I just joined you. I moved on Samford, and I paid for the 5 as well. I don't want this 5.5 here. I'm placing it as we speak here. Yeah, Samford -5, -120 here in this spot. Being at home, going against Wofford. Yeah, and you mentioned it's really just back in Samford at home here. They've been playing some of their best basketball their last 5 games. Haven't watched a lot of Samford basketball. But just from what I've seen their track record right now, Wofford, they've been playing some of their best basketball, and yet they're, a 5.5-point dog on the road now in conference play. I don't know. To me, this is Samford spot, so I moved on him without hesitation right now. I just wanted to hear from you that you were going to move on this spot as well. And so I joined you. Samford -5, -120. Wish I would have got in at the 4. But I'm right there with you too, Jim. When you see a 4.5, you want to move on it. You see a 4, you see it move against you, and you haven't moved on it yet. You're like, I'm not going to move on something that's moved against me. And then you see it go to a 5.5, you have to pay for the 5. It's definitely, I'll pay for the 5 though. I think they're going to take care of business here. They could probably beat these guys by double digits at home here. So give me Samford. It's really just a bet on Samford, like you said, -5, -120.
And I don't have Wofford as a spoons play at all. I've got all of his action here. Spooner says Wofford's best player is being injured. Says he was hoping that he would be back soon. Number indicates he's still out. Wofford won the first matchup, and he had over 30 in that one. It's not part of. I'll put Spoon put his action here in the chat, which we love. I'll pop it back in the chat, but it is not. Wofford is not one of his bets unless something has changed since he put this out. And thank you for sending it to us. All right, let's roll on. We're going to move quickly here. I know you guys are champing for NBA, and so are we. Oh, okay. I feel you, Twisted. Okay, I feel you, buddy. Okay, we roll on. Next up, 7 p.m. Eastern. Now, we had the Florence, Alabama, Flowers Hall. I wanted to, for in these situations where, look at the game we just talked about. AM had the projection for Wofford -2.5. We have Samford -5.5. 8-point away from the projection. And obviously, AM will tell you it makes them very uncomfortable when the line's that far off of the projection. Here, this is not a fade of West Georgia, West Georgia Wolves at all. I am backing North Alabama Lions in this spot. And I initially just wanted the first half. But I stopped myself and I was like, look, if you believe that this team is capable or, more than capable of winning the game, and this isn't you need to catch West Georgia off a bad spot. I'm not trying to catch West Georgia off a bad spot. I think so. First off, and I'd love to Austin P is a great basketball team. We know that. We know Austin Peay's playing well. We know Queen's playing well. I kind of think Central Arkansas is the best team in this conference. And I liked what North Alabama did at home, 72-65 loss. They were bouncing back after getting destroyed by Austin Peay. They were also sort of bouncing back after losing at Central Arkansas. So they beat Stetson in their last game. They went to Florida Gulf Coast, lose by 8, but I see them playing the toughest teams in the conference in the last 3 games. Central Arkansas twice and Austin P once. And now they come home to face West Georgia. West Georgia snapped their 3-game losing streak with a win at home over Jacksonville, 87-73. Now they come out on the road. And look, this is the first time they play West Georgia. They play again to close out the conference season. Looking at these last home games for the Lions, they lose by 7 to Central Arkansas. They got crushed by Jacksonville before that. I just see them as a team that's come together, and this line too was pushing me in this direction. It was just here's a 2-10 team in conference that's being backed by the books. This total went from 150.5 to 145, so there's been a big move towards the under. And here you have North Alabama -1, a -110. It opened up -1. 30 minutes later, it went to -2. Honestly, I don't care that much that it came back to -1. It's just been sitting here at -1. Who in the world wants the North Alabama Lions? I do. AM has West Georgia -3.5 in the projection. So here we go. There's another, 4.5 point difference. And I'm going to trust the market here. This is setting up for anybody. They're opening up their arms to anyone who wants West Georgia. So I'm on North Alabama Lions. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, Jim, I think I might end up just being with you on all of these last 3 games we've talked about, because I think we're going to get at least 2 out of 3 of them right here in this spot. And this is another one. I just didn't know if I wanted to move on North Alabama. Like you said, first half or full game. I can get the first half at a -120 on the money line. I don't want to lay a half at -110, if we're being honest, in the first half, in case this game is like a tie or something. But full game right now, you can get a -1 at -110. So it's really what I want to take, or if I want to take both of them at this point. I might end up splitting a unit on this particular game, Jim, and tweet both of them out. But I think I might end up splitting a unit between the first half and the full game. So, I mean, I guess it's technically would be tracked as a double up spot, but I'm not going to personally throw a full unit on both spots. I think I'm just going to back the first half and the full game here, Jim. Another game, though, I want to wait a little bit longer. The only available information we have regarding the market action is giving us a money line split, and that is 39% of bets and 30% of cash coming in on West Georgia. So the only thing that's action, if we want to believe it's on a 70% of cash, is on the money line for North Alabama. So I don't know. It's a tough spot here, but I definitely going to move on this. I don't know if I want to split it up between the first half and the full game, or if I want to just throw a full unit on the first half for the full game at this point. I'm going to sit with it for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on your X as well. Be curious, because my initial feeling was to move on that first half. I thought that I'd written it down. Yeah, okay, sorry, we do have the problem here. Okay, we got to keep rolling quick. We got Darryl on deck. Next spot here, Marshall Thundering Herd. It's hitting at an extremely high rate. Every time I brag too much about it, it seems to not hit. But I think it's 16-3. It could be 16-4 when Spoon and I are on the same side. Well, we were both on Miami of Ohio on Saturday against Marshall. Miami of Ohio is just a wagon that should be backed, and they smashed Marshall at home. And it was a nice wake-up call, I think, from Marshall. Now Marshall goes into ODU. ODU coming off snapping their losing streak by beating Ohio by 6 at home. ODU just barely beat UL Monroe. If it wasn't for Mississippi Valley State, UL Monroe would be the worst team in all of the nation. They beat them by 5, barely got past them. And now Marshall's upset. They'd won 4 of 5 before this. They had first time playing Old Dominion this year. This is a Marshall for me here. Got the Marshall at -2.5. The money line. I'll see -2.5 where I can still get a money line at -135. This money line was -155, which was also another kind of sign that I felt like this team was just in business here. Opened up at -2.5, went down to 1.5 about an hour and a half. Oh, sorry, I wanted to say this before we keep. There's been a massive move to the over in Italy, Sweden. So I know I'd initially beaten the line. I guess that means Willie Nylander's in, but just a massive move to the over, unfortunately. Nothing has changed on the side at this point, but mass move to the over. So this moved down to 1.5. Then this got up to 3.5 at 11 p.m. It's back at 2.5. I don't. It doesn't. I don't need the lines to move with me on this spot. I just think Marshall is a much better basketball team. They're upset. They just got outclassed by a better basketball team. They know that. Now going to ODU, huge rival of yours, and beat them on their floor. This total opened up at 152, now 155.5. One time, take it away.
Yeah, this is a spot I kind of want to be on Marshall and Jim when I first looked at it. I was on Marshall on Saturday against Miami, Ohio, so I was on the other side. And, I mean, what were they, a 2-point dog, I believe, 1.5, 2-point dog. It was a weird line. They were at home in Huntington. And I don't know, it just seemed like a Marshall spot. They end up pretty much getting blown out from start to finish, losing by 16. I don't even think the final score indicates how much of a blowout that even was. And ODU not playing their best basketball. And ODU, coming off a win here. So I guess it could be a good fade spot. And Marshall coming off a loss to the undefeated Miami of Ohio this season. I could see the Marshall spot at just the opening line at a 1 at some spots, Jim. Kind of that's what makes me want to back ODU in this spot just because it's kind of a weird line, but it is moving towards Marshall. I mean, we're seeing 2.5s everywhere. Circa opened this up at a 1.5, what I'm a little bit surprised at. So they have moved it towards Marshall. I get it. And not a lot of the bets and percentages of money is coming in on Marshall. So I don't know. It's a very difficult game for me. I don't know. As weird as it is, I want to be on ODU just because I'm looking at their record and they're not playing good basketball and they're a short dog at home. It's just the line's moving towards Marshall. So I'm off this one. Nothing to do with this one, Jim.
Let's roll on. Go back to the A-Sun. I would like to talk to Spooner about his thoughts on maybe I'm being too bullish on Central Arkansas. I can't help myself. They're winning. They're winning by margin. They're on a big winning streak. Bellarmine's won 4 straight games here. That loss, North Florida. The North Florida, by the way, that North Florida line at 12 was insane to me. But when the line's insane, I don't generally want to attack it. So look at Bellarmine. Bellarmine's won 4 straight. They won 5-6. They beat Central Arkansas at home in overtime, 84-78 on January 8th. And at that time, Central Arkansas was sitting 7-9. They were 2-0 to start the year in the conference. They opened up as 1.5-point favorites, closed as 2.5-point favorites. It was a very close game, and look, Bellarmine took care of business in Knights Hall, and I think Central Arkansas gets their Rebenga. Now, do they get enough Rebenga to cover the loss? Because they lost at Eastern Kentucky right after that, and they haven't lost since. It's a team that's won 8 straight games, and a team that is just getting better and better and better and better. Matty Ice also on Central Arkansas. Robert Terry, man, much respect to you, man. I want you on screen with us, Robert, man. I hope we can figure that out as we move forward. We have Matty Ice also on Central Arkansas. I thought a lot about Grand Canyon as well, Will. I thought a lot about, but Spooner said I wanted about Central Arkansas selling Bellarmine high, but the market isn't respecting them at all. Bellarmine's terrible defense and already beat this team. Said he wanted this number to be a 4.5. It's a huge number. So very quickly here we have this totals dropped 7 points, 157.5 down to 150.5. Huge move towards the under. And then we have Central Arkansas sitting here at -8. They opened up 8, dropped down to 7.5 after it being available for a while, then got right back to 8. Look, it's a huge number. It's an uncomfortable number. It's a number that I bet, though. I'm on Central Arkansas -8. Take it away for us here one time.
It's a good bet. That's what I would be on in this spot. No market to tell us anything as of right now. Let me see if they do have something on the money line, actually, but it's a -400, so we don't really have to get over that. But I think I'd want to be on Central Arkansas here as well. I'm still able to get an 8 available. I know we're seeing 8.5s pop up at some books right now. Right now, we see 8.5s at, is that FanDuel, I want to say? FanDuel, yes. At FanDuel, we see an 8.5, or DraftKings. So we'll see. I think it's only going to probably move towards them, and I think you're on the right side here. I think that this is a big number here, and you look at the winners of the last 4 games as well. So I don't know. It's a tough spot here, Jim. I didn't move on this one.
Let's roll onto a spot that you wanted to talk about here, Friar Seton Hall Pirates. So that'd be in the list of my games here. Now we get a Wine Time game. I was fortunate that Providence beat Butler in double overtime. They followed it up by beating up on DePaul. Now they head out on the road. Unfortunately, I had Creighton -2, and Creighton beat Seton Hall with that 3-pointer at the buzzer to win. So it's a couple losses here for Seton Hall. Now Providence played Seton Hall earlier this year at home, lost 72-67. That was December 19th. And now they face them again here. Let's take a look at the line history and hand this over to Wine Time Sports. This is a 7:30 p.m. start. Seton Hall opening up -3.5. Got up to 5 at 9 p.m. last night. Then back down to 4 this morning. Now sitting at 4.5. 1-point move towards Seton Hall. And when we get to the total here for this one, we have here we go. We have 151, which is where it opened. Take it away, Wine Time.
Yeah, I am back on Providence here, guys. Tweeted this out before the show. I had to buy up. I bought up to the 5. I wanted the 5. I didn't want the money line. I didn't want the 4.5. I wanted the 5 here. I think Providence has, I don't know. Every time I cap this team, every time I watch this team play, I see the potential they have out there on the court. They've got guys like Jalen Sellers. This guy's going to be playing in the NBA in one day. You got guys like Vox. I think Nasty Nate referred to him as Rhode Island's Luka over there. He's been tearing it up. I mean, there's a reason why these guys are pretty much can give you 20 to 22 points on any given night. I just think they've got some really good scorers over here, and I think that their season just didn't necessarily go as planned. And obviously, looking at their record, 1 foot out the door. We talked about it on Saturday with Spoons. I said, what are the odds for Providence to win the conference tournament at the end of the season, not conference championships, just win the conference tournament? We couldn't find the odds, but I do think when it's all said and done, this is going to be a team that's going to win some games in the conference tournament. I think they're going to play with a lot of heart out there when it matters most, because they've got guys out there on the floor that can shoot the ball. It's the defensive side of the ball that I worry about a little bit with Providence, and I'd rather back Providence at home rather than on the road. But I just think this team will be playing their best basketball going forward. On the road, getting a small number against a Seton Hall team, yeah, that's been struggling. Lose the last 2. That's one of the reasons why I didn't want to fade this particular spot. But I'm just going to pull the trigger again with Providence and hope that they can just keep stringing together some wins going into that tournament time. And I will definitely be moving on them to win that conference tournament when it's all said. When the numbers are available, I know I'm going to get a huge number. It's not like I'm going to throw a bunch of money on it, but I do like this team when it's all said and done. So give me Providence. Paid for the 5 at -120 here in conference play on the road against Seton Hall. Seton Hall's a good team, but I think Providence could win this game outright. Definitely will be sprinkling that money line on Providence as well.
Providence +5 -120. So you're with the twisted 24/7 as well. He's on that as well. 2 more games before NBA. Let's roll. Cincinnati Bearcats, Kansas State Wildcats. We're in Manhattan, Kansas for this one. The Cincinnati Bearcats, is there a team that's more extreme road to home? I mean,
yeah, it's crazy.
So here I was like, I wanted to bet the Wildcats, but it was another spot where I just couldn't press the button. I was like, you know what? Let's just talk it out here. This is their lone matchup with Kansas State. Cincinnati looks dynamite at home. The fact that West Virginia came back after that first half domination by Cincinnati was shock and awe. I was very impressed that West Virginia was able to do that. But look at these games at home. They beat UCF by 20. West Virginia did come back against them. They beat Baylor by 10. They beat Iowa State. That was when Iowa State was ranked number 2 overall by 9. They beat Colorado by 9. They lose to Houston by 7 at home. I mean, this team is just dynamite. Then we get them on the road, and they lose to Arizona State by 12. They lose to Arizona by 26. They lose to Houston by 22. They lose to the UCF team they just beat by 20. They lose 73-72. They lose to West Virginia, so that's 5 straight losses on the road. They lose to Xavier 79-74, 6 straight losses. I mean, you have to go back to when they played NJIT on the road to find their last road win. Now, nobody wants to back Kansas State, which is why I found it very difficult to hit the button. I was impressed with that 84-82 loss at TCU. They went to West Virginia, only lost by 5. But there's not a lot of impressive performances, obviously, by Kansas State, which made it extremely, extremely difficult to press the button without going over it with you guys. So let's do that here. We have this total at 149.5, opened up at 146.5. We've climbed 3 points. And then on the point spread here, we have Kansas State plus 2.5. They opened up at 2, and then 18 hours later it moves to 2.5, and it's just been sitting there, not doing anything, just sitting there. And then we should get cash flow information. We do 80% of the tickets, 88% of the cash on Cincinnati. I don't know. Do I have the balls? Spooner says I want to bet Cincinnati live at plus 110 or better. By the way, Spooner also saying the Providence just got their best player back. Came off the bench 24
Jason
minutes.
Edwards, yeah.
7 straight conference games. Take it away here for us, Wine Time. What are your thoughts backing a 1-9 team in the Big 12?
Yeah, I forgot to mention that I saw some news that Jason Edwards would that he would actually start in this game, and I believe before going down, he was the highest. He was averaging the most points on this team, nearly 19 points a game. So that means they've got 3 guys that can get you 20 points each on any given night out there that are going to play a lot of minutes as well. I'm as far as this game goes, Jim, I'm on Kansas State. It's quite simple. Kansas State +1, -110 first half. We're moving on the first half here. We want to get in and get out, I think. Cincinnati, a team that we've been back. We were on them against Iowa State when they shocked the world. We're on them when they're at home and they're laying numbers that they shouldn't lay, and they somehow are able to cover these numbers. This is a spot where now they're going on the road and they're a small favorite against a Kansas State team that's really bad. I mean, what did Kansas State go out and do? They go out and grab PJ Haggerty from Memphis. The guy, he obviously couldn't transition into Power 4 basketball. He's not looking like how he did at Memphis. Doesn't look like he's probably even going to make the NBA at this point. He'll sign a contract, but this guy ain't going to go in the first round by any means. With that being said, he might be the best player on the court in this game as far as we're concerned, and I'm going to take Kansas State on the first half. I'm going to think that they're going to come out there playing with some motivation, being back at home in Manhattan, Kansas, and that they're somehow able to have a lead going into the half. So I'm getting a +1 on the first half. I'm taking that +1. I'm not going to take that money line. I want that +1 when it comes to the first half. So give me the +1 -110. I think Kansas State is live to win this game, full game as well, but I just want to get in and get out in the first half.
Excuse me. I'm going to join you on the first half. It sort of fills into like Spooner wanting to get in on Cincinnati live. Maybe Cincinnati can find themselves. We're not sitting here saying necessarily that Kansas State's a better basketball team. So I like it. I think that's the way to handle it, is that first half. By the way, I don't know if Nylander was just announced out, but there's been a heavy move back to Italy and a heavy move back to the under 6.5. So it was just +135 under 6.5, now +115. And Italy +5.5 just went from -118 to -134. So moving all over the place. Our final spot on the board before NBA. And I'll tell you guys the 4 teams that I cut, just because I knew time was a factor. Kent State, UNC Greensboro, Stetson, and Tulane. Those are 4 spots I'm going to be spending more time with after the game. But this is a wine time spot to close up shop. Penn State, Nittany Lions, 10-14, 1-12 in the Big Ten. Heading to Alaska Airlines Arena in Seattle, Washington. Huskies, 12-12, 4-9 in the Big Ten. So let's set this table up. Our last game in college basketball before Darryl Rice joins us. We got the LA Connect here with Darryl Rice and Wine Time Sports. And the idea is that we get to hang with both of these gentlemen at Pubapalooza 5. Let's set this one up, though, here for you. Wine Time Ball, Pubapalooza 5. God, I need it so bad. That's the funny thing, that it just happens every year at a time when I need it more than words can describe appropriately. We have Penn State off back-to-back losses. Just lost 77-75 at home to USC, game that we already discussed. And then on the other side of things, Washington just lost a heartbreaker at UCLA, played their hearts out 77-73. We're up 4 at halftime, opened up as 5.5-point dogs, closed as 4.5-point dogs. And, they played well. Yates went for 21. That Yates-Tucker combo looking strong. They're not a very strong three-point shooting team. They turned the ball over a little bit too much, things like that. But they played their heart out. So here they go as giant favorites now. Let's take a look at the line history. Also, we should talk about Washington, Penn State here. Have they seen each other this year? And they haven't. So line history-wise, this is the final game on the card, 10:30 tonight. Washington sitting here at -12.5 here. It opened up at 12, got to 13 last night, came back to 12.5 this morning. So we have a half-point move towards the Huskies. Nate Robinson and Brandon Roy's Huskies. Brandon Roy, it's like he's being erased. You know, I mean, the guy was such a phenomenal basketball player. You just never hear him talked about anymore. From a total standpoint, this opened up at 155.5, has dropped to 154. Take it away, Wine Time.
Erased from existence, indeed. Penn State here. This is a bad basketball team, Jim. I watched them play their absolute hearts out against USC, and I was watching this, and I was like, are they good? And no, I mean, they gave up, I believe it was 22 points off turnovers. It was just turnover after turnover, getting the ball stripped, I couldn't believe it. It almost looked like high school basketball at one point when they were pressing on Penn State's offense. And Penn State was up in that point. I think they were up at 10 with 10 minutes to go in that game. Just crazy. Washington, on the other hand, I saw Jerry Davis said bum fight. This isn't a bum fight. Washington is not a bum team. This is a team that had high expectations going into the season. They have 3 guys on their roster that are probably going to go to the NBA, not get drafted high, but all these guys are probably going to play in the NBA. And they've been plagued with injuries all season long. It's caught up to them. Conference play, they're not able to finish a lot of these games. I mean, Jim, we were up 6 points against Iowa at home last Friday. You know, Washington up at the break, and they just collapsed in that second half. It's from injuries, and just I don't think a lot of these guys are in the shape that they should be. UCLA, different story. Go on the road in conference play against a UCLA team that's hungry for wins, trying to get to the NCAA tournament. Washington was up at half. UCLA had a nice miracle second half comeback. It wasn't a miracle. I mean, they were only down couple possessions, but at the same time, this Washington team, I think they're laying this number 4 reason. They're laying 12 points against a Penn State team that just lost 2 points at home to USC, a game that they should have won. And I just think that what motivation do you have after that when you're up 10 minutes to go? You don't have many conference wins in your conference, and you're at home. You have a chance to beat USC. They don't. Now they have to travel on the road, go into Washington, a place that isn't an easy place to play by any means. These fans are going to be out here rocking and rolling for this game. 7:30 start time, West Coast time. So the fans will definitely be there in the stands. And I think this game is going to get out of hand really early. I haven't moved on this because I don't know where this is going to go, because I'm seeing right now 88% of cash coming in on Washington. This opened up at 11. We're at a 12 right now. Is this going to get to a 12.5? Is it going to get to a 13? If so, do I just move on it now? It's just this game doesn't start for another 8.5 hours, and I kind of want to let the market marinate a little bit more. I know I've said that about a couple games, but we've just got a lot of games and a lot of action today, and I want to lock it in when I'm ready to lock it in, and I'm not quite yet, even after this breakdown, but I think Washington could name their number against a bad Penn State team that just got their hearts broken on the last second buzzer shot by Arenas. So I think this is a Washington smash and grab.
Just might be. I'm very interested to see what additions you make. I as I told you, my favorite part of the day is after the show, and I spend at least an hour just sitting with all the notes, going over everything, looking at the market. I find it extremely, extremely helpful. Let's review all college basketball here. First off, Wine Time, review your college basketball for Wednesday, February 11th.
Yeah, the plays I tweeted out before the show, guys: Iowa minus 10.5, minus 110. Ohio State minus 7.5, minus 110. VCU minus 12.5, minus 110. Providence plus 5, minus 120. And we also added the Texas A&M Aggies minus 6.5, minus 110. Samford minus 5, paid for it at minus 120. And Kansas State plus 1, minus 110 in the first half. I've got Lehigh with question marks next to it. I've got Florida with question marks next to it. I've got North Alabama with question marks next to it. I've got question marks next to Washington minus 12. So there's a lot of action that could still be placed before these games go off. So make sure you follow me on Twitter, and I will definitely be tweeting out my action.
I've got Citadel plus 8, Lehigh plus 1.5. The Jacksonville State, did I not? God, that was supposed to be a breakdown. I thought, did I just blow past it? I didn't even put it in there. My fault. I'm on Jack. That line's moved the point against me to 6.5. I felt like it was a smash and grab spot for Jacksonville State. I apologize. Just too many games here. North Alabama money line minus 116. Samford minus 5 at minus 115. Central Arkansas minus 7.5 at minus 110. Marshall minus 2.5 minus 110. Those bets are in. Let's discuss the additions. By the way, Gorky gave us Cal money line against Syracuse. I'm interested in going over the Iowa spot against the Terps that Wine Time's on. I know Wine Time's on VCU. I still like LaSalle first half. I don't know if I get there. We have Daby Cab on USC and Wine Time on Ohio State. That's a heads up action. Daby Cab's on Florida first half money line, parlayed with Alabama first half money line. That's a minus 109. He's had great success in the past with these first half money line parlays. So we'll see if that continues. I'm surprised here. It's his first of the year. Virginia Tech, I want them. I've got to decide between first half and full game. I still have interest in Ole Miss, even though it makes me sick to say that out loud, and I probably should focus on the first half. I want to study that UConn spot a little bit longer. Cab's last bet's Wake Forest first half -1. I want to join Wine Time on A&M. I think it's just a spot where they explode. Then for me, the next spot that I'm looking at adding is the Kansas State first half. I told you about Kent State, UNC Greensboro, Stetson, Tulane. I want to spend more time on. Jerry says hard to lay over 2 possessions with Jacksonville State. But he says he thinks it's the right side. I'm sorry that I didn't have that up there. I meant to have that up there. But it's time to talk NBA. A massive NBA card for us. Let's bring on our next guest. I predict our next guest starts stacking together winning weeks. He had a winning week last week. That's my prediction, and I bet you it comes to fruition. We have 2 LA monsters with us, joining Wine Time Sports and myself from Los Angeles, California. Our guy and yours, Mr. Darryl Rice in the house. Darryl, what's happening, my man?
What up, y'all? What up?
Let's
What
go.
is going on, Wine Time? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
Always
Jimmy.
good to see you, my guy.
Yeah, Jimmy, good to see you, brother. It is another week, man. It's another day to talk about ball. I hope everybody is doing good. It's rainy out here. What about you, Wine Time?
Yeah, it's rained all night. I heard it in the middle of the night, and it's wet outside right now. It's supposed to rain, I don't think it's supposed to rain again, but next week I saw it for like 5 straight days.
Yeah, it's a couple of days next week. So so much for that 80-degree weather, 70-degree weather I had last week. But yeah, man, everything has been good. Peace and love to everybody in the chat, man. I'm going to get right to it. Let's get to work. It's a lot of games.
I bet more totals than usual going into the All-Star break. I don't know why. You can tell by my record that no longer flirting with 60% and just not where I want to be. And then I'm going over my action. I'm like, my sides are still doing great. Yeah. Why am I messing with totals here? So want to stay strong off of that. We have a massive card. And it's funny. I like this card quite a bit. Now, we want to have caution 2 days before the All-Star break. But this is our real last hammer job for a week because we only have 3 games tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to deep dive with you, gentlemen. Thank you guys for joining us here in the chat. Betting with the Bag here on Pub Sports Radio, NBA for Wednesday, February 11th. Let's roll. 7 p.m. Eastern, Atlanta Hawks 26-29, 16-14 on the road. Charlotte Hornets 25-29, 11-14 at home. We're at Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. Atlanta 6-4 over the past 10 games. They are, of course, coming off getting annihilated, but they are 6-4 over their past 10 games. That 138-116 loss at the Timberwolves on Monday. I just got to say this out loud again. It was my fault. I wanted to talk the games out on Medicaid Monday. It was my fault. I had first quarter, first half, full game, and double result on my notes for Minnesota. The line moved from 6.5 to 8, and this has happened to me too often. I get angry and I get jealous, and I don't move on it. And I can't tell you how many times it's cost me money. And I can't let that get in the way of the bag. I got angry, jealous, don't move. It was a gift, and I don't receive it. So just want to say it out loud so I can try to get that to stop happening. Atlanta 6-4 over their past 10, 6th fastest pace in the NBA, 102.25 possessions a game, shooting 46.8 from the field and 39.2 from 3. Shooting the ball very well. They have been dealing with injuries. Let's pull up the information from Shoot Around. I've already moved on this game. As we know, we have the Bridges and Diabate out of the lineup. And it's hard for me not to think that this is a letdown spot. You win 9 straight games. You tie your franchise record. And there's nobody who had a problem with Charlotte and Detroit fighting. Look, what happened to that? We used to see that 5 times a week in the NBA. Now we don't see it anymore. We see everybody friends. They shouldn't be friends. If Detroit wants to bring back Detroit basketball, if Charlotte wants to step up for themselves, thank God We have some people caring about what the hell's going on the floor. We have lots of question marks here. Of course, Kuminga's still out, but we'll start with Riz Shea. He's questionable here, left quad contusion. He's played in 5 straight games. I mean, is he really? I know that now he's in the whatever it's called, the skills challenge or the rookie, whatever he's being put in there. I want him to play here. Let's talk about. We have Jalen Johnson, also questionable. He missed Monday's game with left knee inflammation. He's a game time call. You want to think that Jalen Johnson, plays here, knowing that they're going to have some time to rest. And then we have Dyson Daniels, also questionable. He missed Monday's game with the right ankle. So I guess it's a little nerve-wracking sitting here with my action already in on the Hawks. So let's roll through the setup here. Charlotte 9-1 over the past 10, 26th fastest pace, 96.75 possessions game. Shout out to Markel in the house. Los Chudy ready to rock here. Says it should be Hawks smash spot. I'm on them here. 47.4 from the field for Charlotte and 40% from 3. So let's pull up the line history, the cash flow, and let's get Darryl to start cooking. We have Charlotte down to 4. It was surprising to me that it needed the announcements.
I know that's
we all knew.
I knew Miles Bridges was going to be ruled out of this one.
Yeah. So this went from 6.5 to 6 to 5.5 to 5 to 4.5 to 4. That's where it's standing right now. 4. From a total standpoint, here we have a 234. This opened up at 232.5 and has climbed up to 234. And then when we get to the cash flow for our first spot on the board, we have 60% of the tickets, 54% cash on Atlanta. Circa's down to a 3.5. Superbook down to a 3.5. All these legal, so many legal books down to 3.5. Then we have 69% tickets on the under, 78% cash on the over. Derl in the house. Darryl, lead us off here. Game 1 on the NBA board. Hawks, Hornets, Spectrum Center, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah, I think it's a disservice at what we're doing in Charlotte if everyone is all on board with Atlanta based upon the suspensions. That's the first thing. Mm-hmm. They played a really good game against Detroit. And if you ask me, before the season or when when the NBA schedule came out for Detroit saw the Charlotte game and they're like, man, whatever, this is just another fucking game. But as they started to go on this win streak, Detroit really, really started to look at these boys different and said it couldn't wait to get to them so that they could be the first team to beat them. And they did. A very, very good game that Charlotte played. In some cases, really got close. Detroit had covered that. I was actually on the other end on that Charlotte game. But all in all, I'm saying is that was a highly competitive game, a very strategic game. And I think, in my opinion, that Charlotte can play that kind of game again. I don't think that they've just totally fallen off the rails. And so, of course, that to me, the -4 is something I could get behind. But I wanted to play this game another way. And that is because I don't know what the outcome is going to be. Atlanta, we don't know what their lineup is. But I do know that whatever the lineup is, it'll be a competitive first quarter. And where there starts to be a big gap is that second quarter. That second quarter, Charlotte kind of steps up a lot. And over what their numbers are showing, it's a 4-point difference in their second quarter than their opponents. So I think the best way to play this game is Charlotte first half. I like Charlotte first half here at the -2. I think they come out aggressive. To me, Detroit missing Duren and Isaiah Stewart is more detrimental to the team than Duabata and Bridges, in my opinion. Bridges does give you points, but I think it's a harder hit on Detroit. That's just my opinion. So I like Charlotte Hornets here in -2. I think that's a good spot to be in right now in this position that they're in. They're going to come out and ball. I wouldn't be surprised if Charlotte really beat Atlanta here. So that's why I can't get to a full game, but I do like the first half.
I get it. I get the thought process. One thing that hurt me was I don't know why I did this, but I took an image of Diabate and I took an image of Kalkbrenner. And I was like, oh, this is a big loss. Because Diabate is a fucking man. And he looked at fucking Duran and he looked at Isaiah Stewart and he said, I could knock both you motherfuckers out.
Yeah.
And Kalkbrenner came in and went, hey guys, what's up? So look, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Where's Diabate from, man?
If he's from
He's not Ghanan.
Where is he from?
Is that a Kenyan last name?
He's French. He's French.
French. Okay. Then I'm all off. Well,
also, if you look at pictures of Diabate a year or two ago with the big earring, it's maybe not as scary as he looks right now. I mean, that guy's been in the gym. He looks tough right now. He looked tough. Look, I probably shouldn't have done that, but I loved Charlotte. No one has said any negative thing about what happened with Charlotte and Detroit. Nothing. No negativity at all. We want to see more of that. Charlotte stepping up for themselves. Detroit being a bad boy basketball. But I've been so impressed with Diabate, what has changed. That's the reason why they were able to get rid of some of their power forwards. Now having Kalkbrenner there. But I really do get your angle, Derl. I get your angle that this is probably a little much.
He's Guinean. He was born in French, but he's Guinean. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Okay.
So he's not. He's his parents were born from the Republic of Guinea. All I'm saying, man, is those brothers is built different.
Yeah.
They built different, man.
Yeah, for real.
So you lost him. You lost a workhorse. But all in all, man, Charlotte has played really good ball for it, and you just don't lose that. You don't unravel. So.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. Have you put anything out on X or am I line shopping?
You can line shop now. I'm going to put that out right now. I've got the -2. I'm making that bet in real time with you.
Okay. Well, and let me just see if you want here, if we were to line shop that first half for the Hornets. Yeah, -2, -111. So I'm right there, -2, -111. Let's hear from Wine Time, Hawks, Hornets.
Yeah, this game's confusing to me because when I saw the significant line change go down towards the Hawks, I thought, we knew Miles Bridges was going to be out. I think Miles Bridges is a pretty big I think that's big for them, honestly, because he's the kind of guy that goes out there. If you need someone to drive to the rim, get a bucket, get to the free throw line, he's going to do that every time. He's a big dude. He's hard to guard when he gets in the paint. He's going to try to draw those fouls and get to the free throw line and get his points the easy way. And I think that is a kind of a big loss for him. Don't get me wrong. LaMelo Ball has been playing good. You talk about guys like Brandon Miller, Kneppel. I mean, these guys, I know I'm butchering his last name, but watching him shoot that 3 ball when he's open, man, it's so smooth. And this Hornets team is, if I can get a future on them to make the playoffs, I wonder what it would be. I'm trying to shop right now. I don't have a lot of books that are giving me to make playoffs. I have all the other stuff, but if you could still get plus money on the Charlotte Hornets to make the playoffs, I think that's good money, honestly, because you talk about it when Miles Bridges does come back, that's 4 guys right there that can pretty much get you 15 to 20 on any given night out there. And these guys are younger too. This is a pretty young team, and they're finally starting to develop and play some of their best basketball. I would be on the Hawks here just because of what happened with the Hornets, and they're out with Miles Bridges, and I do think that's pretty big time for them. But at the same time, I think this line's just confusing to me. I don't know why it opened so high in favor of the Hornets, because we knew Bridges wasn't going to play in this one. And I don't know. It's just a difficult spot. And here you guys, Jimmy, did you officially moved on the Hawks, you said?
I moved this morning 5.5.
That's amazing. No, that's a great number. I can't get in now here at the 3.5. I won't do it. And I like where Darryl's going on the first half too with the Hornets. Try to get in and get out there. And I'm going to end up passing on this game, guys, unfortunately, because this is probably going to be a really good basketball game. I like these teams. And I think the Hawks, since they made the trade with Trae Young, CJ McCollum coming off the bench has been magic for them. You got a guy that can go out there and just wants to hoop and shoot and get you 15 to 25 on any given night off the bench. I like CJ. So I'm off this game. Nothing from you guys.
Yeah, I get the breakdown. Nice. I like it. And this is from Spooner, nailed it to me and kind of said what we're kind of trying to put together in the words. He says the late movement should be a red flag because easily accessible information Like we knew they were all going to be suspended, the forward and suspended. Like that is already going to be factored in some way to the opening line. So the fact that it's being hammered is a a different thing here. Dougie Wise, free bands on the Hawks +4, sprinkled on the money line as well. We got just my 2 cents in the house. Let's roll on. Next up, 7 p.m. Eastern with the Washington Wizards, 14-38, 5-20 on the road. The Cleveland Cavaliers, 33-21, 17-11 at home. Rocket Arena, Cleveland, Ohio. Cavaliers ended their 5-game road trip with a 119-117 win at Denver on Monday. That hurt me, man. I was on the Nuggets -2. Wizards coming off their second straight loss in 3rd and 4 games, 132-101 at home to Miami on Sunday. So you guys know the situation I'm in. That's a 31-point loss. I already wanted it. I already wanted to fade Cleveland after that spectacular performance, that all the excitement around them, the articles coming out saying, are the Cavaliers the team to beat? I mean, with Harden out of the East, but with Harden in lineup, I almost spit my coffee up. Yeah. Washington 4-6, 11th fast pace, 101.45 possessions, game shooting 44.4 from the field, 35.7 from three. Cleveland 9-1 over the last 10 games, 16th fastest pace, 99.3 possessions, game shooting 49.4 from the field and 35.9 from three. Taking a look at the shoot around information, of course, nothing new, everything clear except for Sarr, who's important. But Mobley, Strus, Wade out. At this point, Sarr is such an important piece to this puzzle. Right hamstring tightness. He was a late addition to the injury report. And we know that they don't care. They're just being super cautious. So, and it's okay if he's out. Look, this is a system bet here. I just can't bet it now. I need that line to move if he's out. This total's at 239.5, opened up at 236. So, this also got up to 240.5 as well. From a point spread standpoint here, we got Washington plus 17.5, a -110, opening up at 18.5, got down to 16.5, now it's 17.5. So, I'm going to have to invest in this as much as I maybe don't want to. I told myself I would stop picking and choosing. This 62% of the tickets, 95% of cash on the Cavs, 73% of tickets on the over, 67% of cash on the under. And so this would, now again, I expect Sarr to be announced out now. So I need to wait. I need this to be 19.5 or a 20. Oh, I love it, Will. Looking forward to break that down with you, man. So I whiz first quarter, whiz full game, and will not be betting this until late. Especially when you have favorites of this size. Generally there's some late movement towards them. Wine time, take it away, Wizards, Cavaliers.
Yeah, this is a crazy line here. You don't see some of these lines too often. And let me just say this real quick, guys. James Harden is a first ballot Hall of Famer without a doubt. He could never play the game of basketball again. He's going to the Hall of Fame first ballot. Donovan Mitchell is on his way there as well. But these guys, when it matters most, these guys lose. And when it comes down to playoff basketball, it comes down to a 7-game series. We know Donovan Mitchell always is limping around the playoff time. We know James Harden's always limping around the playoff time. These are two first ballot Hall of Famers without a doubt. Do I think they're going to win a championship in Cleveland? Absolutely not. I still think this is a first or second round exit when it's all said and done. I like the addition of Harden. The guy can go out there and score 30 on there any given night. He's going to shoot the three. Donovan Mitchell, we know what he's going to do out there. He's a superstar as well. Wizards, you look at the starting five they're throwing out there. The average age of these guys has got to be in the early 20s. Like, these are a bunch of kids going out there facing the Cleveland Cavaliers, just getting James Harden. I think they're going to want to show up here. I want to move on a first half. I know this is really random, but I want to move on a first half team total over for the Washington Wizards. But I'm going to wait a little bit because right now I'm getting a 56.5 at -110. I want to see if I can get a 56. If you said Sarr is out in this one, Jim, I might.
Not yet, but he was a late addition to the injury report. There are only 3 games tomorrow. Wizards, this is the last game before the All-Star break, so we don't know at this point.
Yeah, so I think it would be a first half team total over for me for the Washington Wizards because I think they are going to be able to score here. And seeing this high total, we're getting to 240 right now. The Cavs' first half team total is 66.5 right now. We're going to see points in this. It's like I almost kind of want to take the first half over as well, but I think I'm just going to go – apologies. I think I'm just going to go with the first half team total over. Nothing official yet. I'm going to wait a little bit. I want to see if Sarr does get ruled out and I can get a better number, but that's what I'm leaning towards right now is a Wizards first half team total over.
I get it. It's just some sickening, just sick bets that we're talking about here. Derl, Wizards, Cavaliers, Rocket Arena, Cleveland, Ohio. So Cavs coming back from a 5-game road trip here. What are your thoughts?
Nothing. I don't got no thoughts on this shit. Oh man, I'm good.
Dan Kelly says when Mobley comes back, Cavs will be real good. A big problem that you're having envisioning this Cavs team winning the chip is because you don't realize that the big problem is gone. Garland is gone. Wow. Can you expand on that, Dan? Now, I know that Garland was not available healthy when you needed him.
He's never healthy. I mean,
is that the issue, or is there something more to that?
Garland's been gone even when he was on the team. I mean, trust you me, that trade, again, man, I'm kind of like beating on a dead horse here about how I say you won't see these blockbuster trades like that, but that's just telling you how ultimately Harden's view, what Wine Time, him being a first ballot Hall of Famer, going right into the Hall of Fame. And you got James Harden for Garland, some picks and some other other things that happened, and some closed door meetings. All I'm saying is that Garland has been on the team and he's always hurt. So him being gone, man, to me is not that big of an impact. The Cavaliers adding James Harden is a bigger impact than Garland being off the team.
Yeah. I find it fascinating. And he says, no, he has never been a good defender. Says Keon Ellis is going to help on D a lot. I love it. Our guy, you see old working man here, but he's not old working man to us. He is the legend, Dan Kelly. Dan Kelly spent his life building that database, man. He is just a class act and a great guy. Let's roll on. That's his team, the Cleveland Cavaliers, man. And and he says, I am a Cavs fan. You sure are, Dan, my man. All right, let's roll on. 7 p.m. Eastern, the Milwaukee Bucks 21-39-18 on the road at the Orlando Magic, 28-24, 17-8 at home at Kia Center in Orlando, Florida. You know, it's funny. The idea of waiting for Sarr to be out and the move on the Wizards' first quarter and full game makes me excited. Isn't that sick? I mean, I'm like, oh man, that's gonna be, oh god, so up. Here we go. Bucks are on the first of a back-to-back. They play at Oklahoma City tomorrow. These teams just met. 118-99 Magic win at Orlando on Monday here. So let's discuss the situation. Milwaukee 4-6 over their past 10, 23rd fastest pace, now down to 96.94 possessions a game. Shooting 47.4 from the field and 38.6 from three over that 10-game stanza. Orlando 5-5, 100.95 possessions a game, 12th overall speed-wise or possession-wise. 44.9 from the field and 34.2 from three. You know, it's funny that 34.2 from three is better than they were shooting last year. Desmond Bane has helped. It's just that it may take more than Desmond Bane to fix the terrible shooting profile of the Orlando Magic. Let's take a look at the line history here, and let's take a look at who we expect in the lineup and who will be out of the lineup for Milwaukee. Rollins, Antetokounmpo, of course, out. But Rollins, very, very important piece of this puzzle. He's questionable, right foot, plantar fasciitis. So this is the front end of back-to-back. Maintenance day could be on the table, is what they say about Ryan Rollins, the 23-year-old. Then we have, who cares about Nance? I'm going to tell you about Pete Nance. Okay, so then we have Howard and Castleton out for the Magic. So Suggs, Black, Bane, Banchero, and Carter, your starting five. Orlando, 10.5-point favorites. Opened up at 10.5, went down to 9.5. Now we're back at 10.5. And then from a total standpoint here, We have a 219.5. This one opened up at 221.5. Darryl, Rice, Bucks, Magic. Talk to us, man.
Yeah, this is another terrible game that I don't want to be a part of personally. Orlando's on a 3-game win streak right now. That line's at 10.5. This current line, I don't see why they don't get there, to be honest with you. To me, those 3 games before the loss to Orlando, Milwaukee had been on their own 3-game streak, and I'm looking again at it, and they played just, in my opinion, bad teams. Indy, New Orleans, and Chicago are all bottom feeder teams, and they're playing Orlando. I don't see why Orlando just don't get there to the 10.5. But for whatever reason, I can't just quite press the button on it. So this game is ultimately going to probably be a pass for me, but I think this should be an Orlando smash spot. Not too sure yet.
That's where I am. I'm on Orlando Magic minus. Honestly, I don't give a motherfucking shit what the spread is in this right now, girl. This is that game for me. Give me the Orlando Magic. I'm getting a 10.5 right now, guys. I see no reason why they shouldn't be able to cover that number. It seems like when the Magic are double-digit favorites, they just seem to blow these teams out. I think it's only happened. You talked about it, Jim, a week or two ago. It was one time. I think it's 3 times now, and they're 3-0 when they're double-digit favorite. If I'm certain, I think they are though. But I'm taking the Orlando Magic. I think they're going to lay their number here against a Milwaukee Bucks team that's missing a lot of key pieces, and this Magic team is actually getting healthy. I think the Magic going forward is going to be a team we can back. Going to be a team that's going to get to the playoffs. How are they going to do in a 7-game series? We'll see. Added some playoff experience with Desmond Bane. You got Paulo. You got a good team over there in Orlando. They were just kind of banged up the first half of the season, and now they're starting to get healthy. So I think the Magic lay their number. Give me the 10.5 minus 110.
Wow, I don't. 2 games here in a and the Bucks are on the first of a back-to-back, as I said, but 2 games in the same city. One team wins by 19. I don't think I've ever backed them to win the next game ever, but it's quite appealing because the Bucks, they're done. They're just letting go. They're just done. And the Magic are battling here. I wonder if that's, and then I think you'd have to bet that soon because my expectation is Rollins not playing here. So this will move to 12 or 11.5.
This will get to 11.5. 12. If I see a 12, and I'll be chopping at the bone for the game. But I want to see an 11.5 pop up.
Is Wagner on a minutes restriction still?
I don't believe so. I can double check though.
Well, he's not starting, so he's got to be. Right? Wouldn't he be starting?
He would. I'm trying to see.
Let's see.
He played 16 minutes.
Yeah. And it's appearing off the bench, 4 to 5 minute stints. He's going to get ramped up a little bit, but I mean, he might
play more than 16. I'm going to move on Orlando right now. I'm going to make that official. I am.
Let's go.
Thanks for that, Wine. But yeah, that was already what my gut was telling me.
You got me to
go
Orlando because I think it's I think Magic could lay their number. I think there's going to be a lot of mismatches out there on the court tonight in Orlando.
Yeah.
Markel poses a question, says, is Magic looking for the All-Star break and not caring? I think that I think they're just too caught. I mean, personally, aren't they just so caught up in this playoff race right now?
They should be.
It's hard. They're sitting here in 7th, a game and a half up on Miami, a game and a half back of getting out of the play-in tournament.
So this is the way I look at it. Again, for whatever reason, they've had some bumps in the road these past 10 games. There's no way in the hell they should have. I'm overthinking this. That's what I'm doing. I'm overthinking this, man. This should just be a smash spot for Orlando.
I think it is a smash spot.
I think Milwaukee's just going to let go here and probably do the same tomorrow night, Oklahoma City. But I mean, I guess if you look at the two games, which game do we have a chance of winning? I guess you would say this one, but
I think you would take Milwaukee against OKC, because if there's somebody who's coasting into the All-Star break, it would be more like OKC.
I think you guys are on the right track. I'm interested in joining you. Let's roll on. We head to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Chicago Bulls 24-30, 9-18 on the road. Boston Celtics 34-19, 17-9 at home. TD Garden, Boston, Massachusetts. Bulls 2-8 over their past 10. Fourth fastest pace in the NBA, 102.3 possessions a game, shooting 45.1 from the field and 37% from three. Boston 7-3 over their past 10. Slowest pace in the NBA, and it's getting slower now. 92.52 possessions a game, shooting the ball poorly. That's something we don't see from Boston. 44.1 from the field and 33.3 from three. Celtics coming off having their 5-game winning streak broken with a 111-89 loss at home to the Knicks on Sunday. I mean, is this not just like a must bet for the Celtics? Unfortunately, the number is very high, but they're an angry group coming off a loss at home to their rival. Bulls coming off their 5th straight loss, 8th in 9 games, 123-115 at Brooklyn on Monday. Taking a look at who we expect in and out, this is a completely healthy Boston Celtics basketball team, and the Bulls, Smith, Jones, and Giddey doubtful, so it's Okoro is questionable at this point. When we get to the line history here, we have the total at 226.5, opened up at 225. Oh, geez, it just moved up. So it moved up to 227.5 16 minutes ago, and 5 minutes ago moved back to 227. So we've moved still a 1.5 move up on that total. Then from a point spread standpoint here, we have we have Boston minus 13.5, opened up minus 14, now minus 13.5. I mean, I don't want to sit here with these double-digit favorites that much, but I think this is one that I had. Well, I have Boston question mark in my notes. Justin McKelvey, Stacks, play day number 1. We talked about Texas A&M in college basketball. And NBA, Stacks is the Boston Celtics team total over 119.5. Shout out to our guy, Justin.
Stacks.
Wine time, take it away. Bulls, Celtics.
This, you guys know me. There's not many teams I've laid double digits with in NBA on the show in general, and it's the Boston Celtics, and they've been absolutely amazing to me every time I lay double digits with them, it seems like, especially in a spot like this. I haven't moved on this quite yet. I'm trying to think for Boston. Is it going to help them more with Pritchard and Vucevic coming off the bench? Because they are, in fact, coming off the bench from now on, right? They're bench guys. So I think that's going to boost them a lot. I think as the season goes on, that first game, we faded Vucevic. We faded the Boston Celtics in that spot because Vucevic was coming back. It worked out. I think going forward, they're going to get him more equated with this team. Peyton Pritchard, I think no matter what, if he's going to start or come off the bench, he's going to shoot the ball. And if he's on, and most of the time he is. And you got Jaylen Brown out there playing at an MVP type level, despite him being really overpaid, which we talked about last week. With that being said, though, I think this is a smash spot for Boston. The Chicago Bulls have let go. I'm surprised that they let go as early as they did. They still had, what were they, 500 when they completely depleted this entire roster. I don't know. It's a tough spot. Giddey, I don't expect to be in the lineup here for the Bulls. I don't know how they're going to get points. So I want to lay it with the Celtics. My worry is that maybe they're up by 20 going into the fourth quarter and they let off the gas here with their bench players. But at the same time, the bench players from the Bulls, their bench is pretty weak still. And they've got a lot of guys that are injured still. So it's a Celtics spot, Jim. I haven't moved on it yet. I don't want to move on it yet. The market could be the only thing that's kept me off it right now. Let's just go over it really quick again. I know you did. So we've got 70% of tickets, 81% of cash coming in on Boston. Line opened up at a 13.5. It's out of 14 right now. Circa saying that there's 60% of money on 60% of the money on Boston here. I don't know. It's a tough spot. I want to be on Boston. I just want to see the line move a little bit towards them, but maybe they opened it up this high and they don't really need to move it much higher. But people are coming in and hammering the Celtics as we speak, 70% of the tickets and 81% of the cash. That's the only reason why I'm off right now, Jim. I haven't pulled the trigger. I want to because Celtics are just the team. I don't think there's a more profitable team in the NBA this season than the Boston Celtics for myself. And I don't know if this is a Celtics spot. It's definitely not a Bulls spot. I definitely wouldn't put my money on the Bulls. If someone gave me $1,000 and said, throw $1,000 on one thing in this game, I would say the Boston Celtics minus the 13.5 for sure. Gonna stay off though, Jim, for now.
So would I, and I wonder if the issue with the Celtics when you take them at double-digit favorite is you'll be sitting there 5 minutes left in the second quarter and it'll be like a tie game, but they just keep coming at you. And you talked about the strength of their bench. Now I wonder if coming off of a loss by 22 at home to the Knicks, you could actually back them first half as well. I mean, we already heard from Dan Kelly. He wants to focus now on these teams that have given up. Let's hear from Darryl. Take it away, Bulls Celtics.
Nothing here for me. I was looking at the first half, but Boston has been kind of on a decline these last two games as far as scoring. So, and even at the last game they played, January, that final score is 114-111. So, looking at the line, how last game they played, it was 3.5, and this one is double digits. That's the book's telling you something, that this would probably be a huge blowout. I just can't take that many numbers from a team that, hasn't even eclipsed 100 in the last two games? Yeah. Miami, we know, is a fast-paced team. That was 98-96. They won that game. And then they lost to New York. Only put up 89 points. So I would have to see something first in order to get there. But if I were to play this spot, it would be the first half.
Yeah, I find the Celtics appealing here. I certainly don't want 2 units on this basketball game at this number, but which I in the past, and I've stopped doing it, but when I would get lazy, be like, you know what, I'll just first half full game because I didn't know what to bet on, so I'd end up with 2 units on a game that it wasn't a 2-unit spot. Simon's over from Matty Ice here.
Simons.
Yeah. Anthony, where is he?
Wait, I thought Anthony got traded. No, did that not happen?
Yeah, he's on the Bulls.
Okay. Oh wow, he's coming off the bench.
No, he's starting.
Oh wow. Okay, that's actually a good look right there, Matty Ice. Wow, I might take a look at that actually.
Yeah, he went for 23. Don't forget too with Simons, he has no contract for next year.
Yeah,
this guy's going to be playing ball here for us.
Remember a couple of years ago when he was with Dame, everyone was saying like Dame was saying like watch out for this guy in the future, and Dame left and kind of goes to Celtics, comes off the bench. But Anthony Simons is a hooper, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm interested. Kripke says Bulls cover. Simons will be going after him. But okay, let's roll on. Indiana Pacers 13-43 and 22 on the road. Brooklyn Nets 15-37, 8-18 at home. Look, how do you not back Brooklyn here? And then you see the line, you're like, oh shit. Market knows, I was shocked at the line, but Pacers come in on the second half back-to-back after snapping their 4-game losing streak with a 137-134 overtime win at the Knicks last night. Nets have won the first 2 games of their 3-game homestand. They come in off that 123-115 victory over the Bulls on Monday. Pacers 4-6 over their past 10. 8th fastest pace in the league, 101.89 possessions game, shooting 47.5 from the field and 36.6 from 3. We have a Brooklyn 3-7 over the past 10, 96.88 possessions game, 24 fastest, 45.1 from the field and 31.6 from 3. That's a good question, Don Play. Give me a couple minutes to think about that here. Dan Kelly says those Pacers were partying in the Big Apple last night. I mean, the books are telling you the story. I mean, they're saying that take a page out of Darryl's book and don't give a fucking shit. But it is the Brooklyn Nets we're talking about. Claxton doubtful, so he's out. Porter out. So it's not like you have this thick lineup. Clowney probable. On the other hand, everybody out for the Pacers. I mean, so no Zubac, no Toppin, no Siakam, no Naismith, no Nembhard, no McConnell. Good God. So what's this line now? I mean,
6.5.
Wow, it's moved to 6.5. Shit, it was 5. Even at 5, I was like, wow, that's a lot. Wow. Opened up at 3 at 8:30 p.m. last night. That's when that's when the bet needed to be made. At 6.5, it's probably still good money. but shit, it's a lot of points. Open up at 214. Maybe it's too much. Now it's at 215. It's not like these guys, Cam Jones doesn't want to show his wares here. I mean, Darryl, take it away. Pacers Nets.
Yeah, I put this in a kind of a special play. And the reason why was because they had took the game off the board on my local, but I was able to get it in a parlay. Brooklyn -5.5, and Brooklyn to win the first half. That's the way I like the game. So to me, that line told me everything I needed to know, especially opening it as high as it opened, knowing that, well, probably didn't take into effect Claxton, but somebody knew that was coming, and then no Porter Jr. So I think this is a Brooklyn, this is a smash spot for Brooklyn. And I couldn't, the 6.5, I don't know. I tried to catch the better end of the line, getting the 5.5 versus waiting for the books to reopen and getting the 6.5, maybe 7. So in my opinion, I think that this is a good spot for Brooklyn. I just think it's going to be a nasty, ugly game. I really do.
Yeah, I'm surprised not everybody believes in this. Only 50% of the tickets, 57% of cash on Brooklyn. It's wild. Jerry Davis said Brooklyn 3-0 this year as a favorite. Kripke on the Pacers +5 says they're both loser teams with similar records. He says take the points. Let's hear from Wine Time. Wine Time, take it away.
Tough game here, guy. I mean, this is as close of a G League game as we're going to get in the NBA if you're looking at these starting rosters. Funny you bring up Cam Jones, Jimmy. I was like, where did I hear Cam Jones? I remember he went to Marquette and he was a baller there. So, honestly, he could get you some points on any given night. His point prop right now is at 13.5. I'm not going to give out a point prop, and I'm not going to take it, but that might be something worth taking, especially because he's only averaging 2.5 points this season a game. And I know he hasn't had a lot of playing time, but maybe he gets unleashed for 30 minutes. But as far as the side goes in this, I mean, it's Brooklyn or pass. I mean, Brooklyn Nets shouldn't be laying points against anybody in the NBA, and here they are opening up. I saw this morning when I capped this, it was at 3.5, and I was like, wow, the book's already telling us something here that the Nets are going to win, even though both these teams are the bottom feeders in the NBA. And now they move it up to a 6.5, and I'm looking at these starting lineups. I don't like either of these starting lineups. Like, this is a game I really don't want anything to do with. Maybe an under, because I don't think a lot of points are going to be scored. The under in the first half is 103.5, extremely low. I think it's extremely low for a reason. Let's see where this line opened up at really quick. So we have I see 212.5. Where did this open up at 212.5? It's open up. Is that at DraftKings, I think? So not all of them open it up at that total, but it has moved a little bit towards the over with the money on the under, even though it's a low total. So that's what's going to keep me off. I want nothing to do with this. I haven't taken a total since I told Jimmy I was going to stay off totals. We're not going to here, and we're staying off. So nothing for me in this.
In Oppa in the house, man. Been a while. Great to see you, man. Great to see you. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we should just heed the book's advice here. It's a sickening thing to do. Derl, what do you get Brooklyn first half money line, full game -5.5 at?
+135.
Oh, that's a nice number, +135. All right. God, the 3.5 to 5, I was like, wow, this is wild. And now I'm seeing a 6.5. I mean, I guess should have probably already moved on it. Mm-hmm. Well, we've talked bum fights. Let's move on to playoff teams here. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. New York Knicks, 34-19, 12-13 on the road. At the Philadelphia 76ers, 30-23, 50-13 at home. We're at XFINITY Mobile Arena in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Darryl, we're getting a little bit of feedback. So I'm just going to mute you at times here when you're not talking here. So, but yeah, no sweat. It's all good. XFINITY Mobile Arena in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Sixers are only 15-13 at home, which is interesting for a team with 7 games over 500. Knicks 8-2 over their past 10. Second half back-to-back after losing their second and third games, 137-134 at home to the Pacers in overtime last night. I said to everybody on Medicaid Monday, I was like, we're going to have this perfect setup here to fade the Sixers flying across North America. And then I thought, well, what would be the worst case scenario? And I thought, well, maybe I guess we won't want to back the Knicks if they win by 30 points. And then I realized that this is also a bad case scenario. I didn't, a 137-134 overtime loss taking all that energy. This isn't. So I realize that it's not just the 30-point win. This isn't helpful. And the only thing that could be worse than this, I guess, is a double overtime spot here. Sixers finished off their 5-game Western road trip with an ugly 135-118 loss to the Blazers on Monday. So they're an angry group. I am surprised when I thought that this was just going to be set up for us. This is a perfect situation. Again, then what happened on Monday night? The Sixers get blown out. And then what happened the night after? It takes overtime to lose to the Pacers. So my feelings have changed somewhat. This total's at 224.5. Got down to 222 last night. Now it's right back to where it started at 224.5. From a point spread standpoint here, from a point spread standpoint here, we have Philadelphia -2. So they opened up at +1. I mean, is that not just right there like a giant sign that this certainly did not work out the way I thought it was going to? We have cash flow wise, 58% of tickets, 76%, 58% of tickets, 76% cash on the Knicks, and they've gone from favorite to dog. 82% of tickets on the under, 77% cash on the under. So instead of having a team here, wow, yeah, gee, they're lucky. They're very, very, very lucky over in Dubai to get to watch that live. But here it just didn't work out the way I thought it was, and maybe I should just let go. I don't want to back any team flying across North America, but maybe you want to if the team just lost by 17. It's just much trickier than I thought. Darryl, take it away. Knicks Sixers.
Yeah, I don't want any parts in this game. I don't. It's a lot of moving parts here, so I just stayed away altogether. The only thing I could look at is a possible under on this game, but other than that, I don't want any action.
Yeah, I'm going to move on the Philadelphia 76ers here, guys. -2. I can still get a 2 at affordable juice at -110. I know Cirque and a couple other books I moved it to a 2.5. If this gets to a 3, I don't know if it's too much movement, but I mean, at this point, I'm going to take the -2 here. I think that 76ers coming off that tough loss on the road against Portland, going to come back at home at the crib on a Wednesday night and be ready to go against New York Knicks. And yeah, Knicks coming off the loss 2 to the Pacers. So it's not, that was the one thing in this game when I capped this game earlier that I didn't like about it, is that the Knicks were coming off a loss to one of the worst teams in the league. But at the same time, I honestly think it's a little bit fishy that the 76ers are even the favorite here. I know their records are similar, but like I think the Knicks are a clear-cut better team here. Maybe the home court advantage helps them in this, but like I think going from a dog to a favorite, seeing the market right now, let's just go over that again really quick. So 58% of bets and 76% of cash coming in on New York, and the line is moving towards Philly. Is someone not going to play here for New York? Is Josh Hart not going to play? I know OG's out. He got rolled out earlier, about an hour and a half ago. So we'll see. I don't know. I mean, is Josh Hart's not even on the injury report as from what I see. So
yeah, he's good.
I think this is a 76ers clear-cut spot here. This is the ESPN game too. I think as the day goes on, people are going to want to come in and back the Knicks. I don't think a lot of people really want to back the 76ers at this point. I think they kind of got a bad rep at times, even though their record's still pretty good. So give me the 76ers here, coming off the loss, Portland, coming back at home. I got a 2 at -110. I just made it official. I just placed it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to just stay off, unfortunately. I'll wait on it and sit with it longer. There's nothing wrong with flipping. It's just, I don't know if I've ever backed a team. I bet you I haven't. I bet you I've never backed a team. I can't tell you ever backing a team flying across North America with 1 day off in between games to come back home for the first game. I don't know why I would now. So I think it's just a stay off spot for me here. Kripke on the Knicks. Phillies backwoods. It says Knicks tried off the double OT. 76ers play better defense after that weak performance. He likes the under in that one. Charlie has Maxey over 25.5 at -112. Coin asking why this total is climbing right now. Jermaine has Embiid over 40.5 PRA. Says been crushing this line. He is questionable here. He is questionable. And gee, I miss horse. I need horses so badly. I just need just miss it so much right now. And that Nisos Forever Young is they're very lucky over there to watch that. Let's roll on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Wine Time hitting leadoff here. Kripke said he would take the Sixers. Pistons Raptors. It's funny. It's not like Duran and Stewart are tough dudes, and Paul Reed's a tough dude. Tobias Harris is not a tough dude, but Paul Reed is a tough guy, and he's going to come into the lineup. And how do you not run to the window to bet the Raptors here? It is the fifth game of a homestand, but it's a little different because they're going on. It's not that different because they're going on vacation and things like that. So, but it's not like they're about to go on the road. Pistons coming off their fifth win in 6 games, winning at Charlotte 110-104 on Monday. Someone had to shut the Hornets up. Why not the big bad Pistons? Both teams are 7-3 over their past 10, playing a similar pace. Detroit 99.05 possessions a game, Toronto 100.80, and Toronto is shooting the ball well. I never say this. When was the last time I said this? God, it's been years. 49% from the field, 38.5 from 3. Impressive. Detroit shooting 48.9 from the field, but just 32.5 from 3. Raptors are 3-1 through the first 4 games of this 5-game homestand. They haven't played since Sunday. I don't think he is, Justin. Tobias Harris. Maybe it's. How many tough Tobies have you met? Let's get into line history and the cash flow situation. I don't think Tobias Harris is tough, man. But look, when you're comparing him to Duran, Stewart, and Paul Reed, Pirtle is questionable. Murray Boyles is out, so Pirtle becomes important. Now they can handle it without him. They made some moves at the deadline, but practiced on Tuesday. So they wanted him to get a game in before the All-Star break. So maybe Pirtle plays. How long will he play for is a very, very, interesting question. So I moved on the Raptors. How could I not? You take these guys off the floor. I was like, look, Raptors I know they're a young team, but they have size and they don't have height, but they do have size. I got the plus 1.5 at -107, and I took it pretty comfortably. Right now they're -1 at -107. That's a good sign. It's simple though. I felt a little square, honestly, just moving on immediately. Not immediately. I could have moved earlier, but moving on to 2 teams that were dealing with the suspensions. It's pretty easy, maybe too easy here. And then total-wise, 223 from 224.5. And when we get to the cash flow, 74% of tickets, 80% of the cash on the Raptors. The offshores are moving much quicker. Now, BetMGM has moved the Raptors to -1.5. It's, juice to the Pistons. But Circa's still hanging the pick'em. Now, they opened it up +2, so it was even +2 at 1 in the morning. This was a 1.5 up until 11:30 in the morning. I took the Raptors here for this one. Wine Time, take it away.
This is probably gonna be one of the better games on the card here, and I don't have a play in this, and I don't want to get involved in this game. I wanted to get involved with the Raptors in some sort of way, but with the 2 guys out for the Detroit, I just don't know if they're going to show up when the 2 tough guys go out. They're going to show up on the road here in Toronto. Is this Toronto doesn't play tomorrow, so what? This is their last game before the break, I assume. Yeah, it seems like a Toronto spot. The market is moving it towards that way with 80% of the tickets or 80% of the cash coming in on Toronto. You mentioned it. I have them pick them at a couple books. I see them at a -1 at some books. So I definitely think you're on the right side there with Toronto at home. If you compare both of these starting fives, I think it's night and day at this point that Toronto has the better starting 5 since Detroit has a couple of their guys out. That being said, it would be Toronto for me, but it almost seems too easy. And I don't know. I'm going to let this market marinate a little more. I want to see what happens. I don't know if we're going to see much more of a move. I don't think I will get involved in this game. It's a pass for me, despite probably being a really good game.
Yeah, no, I feel that. I get that. We have Acacia moving on the under here in this one. Let's hear from Derl. Derl, any interest in Raptors Pistons? Oh, sorry, you are muted. Yeah, that's my fault. Can you hit that for me?
Oh, you can go ahead and just mute me back. I don't have any interest on this game at all.
And with the suspensions, I mean, what is it that because
That's nail on the head right there. That's it. Because if I'm looking at the games, or this just goes back to my earlier thought, if I'm looking at teams who are more affected by the suspension, it would be Detroit over Charlotte. I think Charlotte was in a really good rhythm, and we know how hard it is to win multiple games in a row in the NBA. And Detroit's kind of been on a win-win-win loss, win-win loss, kind of up and down. They're still, the number one team in the East. And if I'm right, they have the same record as OKC right now. They've only lost 13 games. So it would be Detroit for me. I know a lot of people like Atlanta, but it would be Detroit for me. And that's why when I'd seen this line, Detroit was plus 1.5. And it's gone down to a pick 'em and back up. I think Detroit is the right side here. So I would have to go against you guys because Detroit is still a really, really good team. It's just that I think their suspensions are going to hurt more than the Charlotte suspension. That's what kept me off it right there. There might be some kind of issues.
I am on the Raptors here, plus 1.5, minus 107, sitting at a pick 'em or minus one book with a minus 1.5 off or legal book. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 8 p.m. Eastern, the LA Clippers 25-27, 12-16 on the road. The Houston Rockets 32-19, 17-6 at home at Toyota Center, Houston, Texas. These teams just met last night, 102-95 Rockets victory in Houston. Clippers 6-4 over their past 10. Both teams playing at a slow pace. 27th fastest for the Clippers, 28th fastest for the Rockets. Both under 97 possessions a game. And the Clippers shooting nice, 49.6 from the field, 37.2 from three, while the Rockets are not, 44 from the field, but 36.3 from three. Let's set up the line history here and see if Derl has interest in this spot. Garland out, Batum out. So Dunn, Mathurin, Leonard, Collins, and Brooke Lopez. Finney-Smith out. Sengun probable. Eason is questionable at this point for the Houston Rockets. Line history-wise, we have the Clippers going from +8 to a +9. Did get up to 9.5 for a little bit, but now at 9. So we have a 1-point move away from them. And then from a total perspective, we're sitting here with a 211.5. This opened up at 210, went down to 209.5. Now it's up to 211.5. Now these teams aren't playing very quick. They can play efficient at times. We don't know if this Clippers lineup can what their efficiency is honestly going to be. But I do think that the yin and the yang coming off 197 points scored, this total moving up here, last game before the All-Star break, it wouldn't surprise me if this went over the number in this one. Would not surprise me at all. My score prediction, Lucas Ryan is 4-1 Sweden. And if I'm wrong, I think it's because Empty Net made it 5-1 Sweden or something of that nature. So 4-1 Sweden will be my final score. And to Dom play, I think I like Italy plus 5.5 better than the under 6.5, honestly. I'm sorry I didn't get back to you there. Wow, I'd like to see that's down to plus 105 coin. Take it away for us here, Darryl. Clippers, Rockets. And you're muted, my man.
The only way I can play this game is Kawhi boards. For whatever reason, they're keeping them at 6.5. And it's at plus money right now. That's going to swap. I think he might get a minus 108 by the end of the day. But at Houston, last game, he had 8 boards. I want to say it's kind of a sweat, but you will have his boards in the first half. Like he'll definitely give you 4 boards in the first half. And so based on the teams that they've played and the fact that they're playing Houston again, I like his boards here too at 6.5. So Minnesota, I mean, he's hit this number 4 out of the last 5 games. So give me Kawhi Leonard over 6.5 boards. I got that at plus 112. Right now I'm saying it's plus 100. So I got a little bit of, I went heavy on that one too. So I think he gets at least 7 boards here. It might come really, really late, like mid fourth quarter. But yeah, I think he's going to get there. So the 6.5 boards for Kawhi Leonard is what I like the most in this game. Couldn't get to a side or total here. Don't know how it's going to go. You've got some veterans playing on each side, so we really don't know, how it's going to look. This could be a game that Clippers can get back. I mean, for a quick second, man, they were winning some games.
Yeah.
So it could be easily back to that old form. You really don't know what you're going to get out of Houston, let alone Alperen Şengün. My buddy hit me up. He's like, "Yeah, I'm nuking Şengün double." And you see what happened there. So, yeah, I don't know what I would get out of Houston. Should definitely be a Houston win, easy, but we just don't know. So I'll just go to what's hit the last 4 out of 5 games, and that's Kawhi's boards. Give me a Kawhi boards over 6.5.
God, I don't know why I want to do this. But to me, I want, and I don't bet overs, but I think there's some yang in this. I don't know. I mean, the Clippers shot 27% from 3. The Clippers shot 65% from from the strip. They shot 41% overall from the field. I mean, if they hit 3 more threes, we're right around that total here. I'm God. And also, it's right before the All-Star break. Is there really going to be that much defensive intensity? We saw it in Game 1, and usually I would never bet this generally, but we talk about how familiarity breeds contempt, and these guys just met last night, but I don't know with the All-Star break on the horizon if there is going to be any contempt whatsoever. I mean, it could just be kind of passive, boring basketball, honestly, even though there's a lot of skill on the floor. Take it away, Wine Time, Clippers, Rockets.
Yeah, I was just a little bit confused at why this line is like this. And when they played a couple games or a couple days ago, it was 9.5. So it's a similar number. I'm just surprised the public isn't coming in hammering the Clippers at this point. This just seems like too high of a number. It almost seems like a Houston spot, but it seems like the public would come in and want to take Clippers nearly getting double digits on the road. I mean, the 2 best players on this quarter, Kawhi Leonard and Kevin Durant, it's not even close. I don't know. I feel like the Clippers are almost live to win this ball game at this point. I don't know. This is a weird number in my opinion, but at the same time, the public is coming in hammering Houston. I don't know where to go in this one. The market's telling me one thing. My X's and O's are telling me another thing, and the numbers telling me something else too. So I want nothing to do with this. I wouldn't be surprised if Houston blows these guys out again. They just covered the spread when they faced. Oh, was it last night they played? Last night, yeah. Staying in Houston, I don't know. It's a weird line to me, so I'm off it. I wanted to be on Houston, but seeing the public come in and hammer them almost what makes me want to take the Clippers because this number seems too good to be true. Clippers are still a pretty good basketball team. I mean, do I think they're going to make the playoffs? Probably make the play-in, maybe get that 8 seed, 7 seed. We'll see. I don't think they're going to be a high seed by any means, but they still have some talent on this team. I still think they're going to win games going forward, but I don't know. It's a pass for me. This line's weird.
Yeah, I like that over. I like the over. I think I'm probably going to bet it. I've been trying so hard to stay away from totals around now. Dimitri says he doesn't think they'll touch 200. I get it. We just watched that. Again, I'm someone who does not believe what they see. But you just saw it. You just saw it 18 hours ago. So why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't not? I mean, I just, I want to fade what everybody just saw. So I'm interested in the over here. Thank you, Dizzy. Good luck at the off track, man. Go get that cash. We have Kawhi Leonard over 6.5 boards for Derl. And good luck, Dizzy. And Acacia is on Şengün under points and assists. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Portland Trailblazers, Minnesota Timberwolves Target Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's set this one up here. So Blazers 26-28, 10-15 on the road. Timberwolves 33-22, 18-10 at home with Target Center. Portland 4-6 over the past 10, 10th fastest pace in the NBA, 101.50 possessions a game. Slightly faster is Minnesota right now, 6-4 over the past 10, 102.1 possessions a game. That's 7th fastest. Minnesota shooting the ball nice, 48 from the field, 38.3 from three. Portland shooting 45.8 from the field, 35.3 from three. Justin McKelvey got the over 235.5 in his pocket. Blazers are on the first of a back-to-back. They play at Utah tomorrow. They followed up a 6-game losing streak with a 3-game winning streak, coming off a 135-118 victory at home over the Sixers on Monday. Timberwolves snapped their 2-game losing streak with a 138-116 win at home over the Hawks on Monday. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights. Now, it's all at home, so there hasn't been travel, but 3rd game, 4 nights, right before the All-Star break, and Ant is questionable. Ant is questionable at this point due to an illness. So he was not on the initial injury report. He fell ill at some point last night. We know he's on his way to the All-Star break. Do they give him the night off? On the other side, Thibault, Sharp, Murray out. So it's Holiday. So it's Drew, Kamara, Abdia, Grant, and Klingon is your 1 to 5 there. Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian, saying, why is the spread so low? Well, maybe the books know that Ant is not playing. This total opened up at 7, went to 7.5, then dropped down to 5 at 9:57 this morning, and that was when the injury report came out saying that Ant was sick. Now it's a 5.5, so it's moved a half point towards the Timberwolves. I can understand wanting that information before, a move is made. Cash flow wise here, we have 64% of the tickets on Minnesota, 53% of the cash, 5.5s across all the legal books, 90% of tickets on the under, 56% cash on the over. Wine Time Sports, Blazers, Wolves, take it away.
I want to be on the Blazers. If Ant gets ruled in, I'll take a 7.5. It gets back to a 7.5 with Portland, I think, in this spot. But as of right now, I don't think Ant's going to play. And I think the books know that, why they moved this 2 points, because it's at a 5.5 right now. So something tells me, but
wow, Italy up 1-0.
Nice. What did you get? Were they
plus 5.5?
That's crazy. Wow.
I mean, they're still just, even live, they're plus 4.5 at minus 154. But I'm telling you guys, I went through this whole cycle in the Olympics, all excited about the favorites and then realizing everybody's going to be this way. Flip into the dog. Sorry, Wine Time, keep rolling.
No, you're good. It's good information. I don't know. I'm going to stay off this game as of right now, because if Ant's not in this, I don't know. Star player being out right before the All-Star break, maybe Minnesota shows up without him. I mean, we know they've got guys that can put the ball in the bucket. It's still a really good team Minnesota has. Portland's been playing better basketball. I think we touched on it last week when they lost 5 or 6 straight games. It was just like a sinking ship, and all of a sudden they've kind of putting it back together. Damian Lillard will be healthy here in the next couple of weeks, I believe. Should be ready to go. So I do think Portland's not giving up yet. I think they have enough pieces to where they could fight all season long, maybe get into that play-in tournament, maybe sneak their way into the playoffs. We'll see how far they go, but you guys know I like backing this Blazers team, and I don't know. This just doesn't seem like the right spot for them despite the line moving towards them. I don't want to fade the team that's without their star player, so I'm off this as of right now.
I feel the same way here, especially with Blazers at Utah tomorrow. It's not like they can just, hit the throttle. Let's hear from Derl, Blazers, Timberwolves.
So I was looking 57 last month, 42. Yeah, for whatever reason, Portland is 1-9 in the last 10 in first half covers. So I wanted to see where these numbers were, as far as if they were kind of evenly matched. And in all cases, Portland and Minnesota are still close in points in the first half. Portland actually has a better season average, but it looks like what set Minnesota off was the 81 points they scored in the first half in their last game they played on the 9th. And that was against ATL. So the only way I can really attack this game, if I were going to play it, would be Minnesota first half. But we do have the Ant-Man news we have to wait for. And again, a lot of moving parts here. So probably won't get there with the play. But if I could look at a spot, it would be Minnesota first half. Based on them also being 6-4 in their last 10. And a team that's 1-9 in their last 10 against a team that's got to kind of make up some ground, because again, Minnesota lost outright to New Orleans. They lost outright to the Clippers, and then they lost outright to Memphis. Those are a couple of games that they should have won, if you ask me, with the given situations that each team individually was in. So yeah, for right now, the first half will be the spot. This is a game Minnesota does need. I mean, they need to probably go out and win, just to cover some of the games that they should not have lost. Again, when they're looking at the schedules, they can determine if something's a scheduled loss or, this will be a guaranteed lock for us to win. So when you're losing those games very, very close to the All-Star break, that makes a difference. You just lost on an 8th to the Clippers, but then you went off a back-to-back against Atlanta and you put up 136 points. So Minnesota can turn it on, but I think the first half would be the look.
Well, the card is coming together. Let's roll on to our next spot. We have Derl hitting leadoff for Heat Pelicans. Heat 28-27, 12-16 on the road. Pelicans 15-49-19 at home. We're at Smoothie King Center in New Orleans, Louisiana. Heat coming off their third loss in 4 games, 115-111 at home to Utah on Monday. It's their third loss in 4 games. Pelicans coming off their second straight win, 120-94 at home to the Kings on Monday. Both teams 5-5 over their past 10. Heat, as they have all year long, playing at the fastest pace in the NBA. 105.7 possessions a game, shooting 45 from the field and 34.7 from 3. Pelicans, 18th fastest pace in the league, 98.77 possessions a game, and shooting the ball poorly from the field, 44.8, but shooting nice from outside. Obviously, Trey Murphy, a big reason for that, 35.2% from 3. Dougie Wise says Pell's spot here. Let's take a look at the expectation for the lineup and, of course, the hit line history information. Murray and PV out. So Murphy, Jones, Bay, Williamson, and Derek Queen. On the other side of things, we have Storm and Norman out, Tyler Larson out, Tyler Hero out, and Wiggins is questionable here for the Heat. So Fontecchio will be starting at the 2. Toe inflammation for Andrew Wiggins here. So final game before the All-Star break. If he's dealing with toe inflammation, do you want to give him extra time here? Possibly. Let's go to the line history. Line history wise, here we have the Pelicans -1.5, -110. They opened up at -2, and this went down to a pick'em at 9:30 this morning. Now we're back at 1.5. So interesting with all of the injury. I guess it was just all factored into the start opening line. So then we have a total that's 233, which is exactly where we opened it. Cash flow wise, Pelicans 68% of tickets, 72% of cash. And Circa opened this up at 1.5, still has a 1.5. They have 62 and 72 on the Pelicans. So I don't know if the Pelicans interest me too much. 58% of tickets on the under, 65% cash on the over. Darryl, take it away. Heat, Pelicans, Smoothie King Center, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Miami moving at the 5th fastest pace in the league, but the Pelicans are the 4th worst defensive rating team in the league. And what happens is these are the types of games to where coaching matters. And I think Spoles can figure out a plan to really outright beat these boys. I don't understand why New Orleans is favored here. So, to me, it's got to be a Miami spot. I just think they're a better coach team, and they've been playing hobbled all year. They haven't been fully healthy at all year. And then New Orleans, on the other hand, the golden child right now at this point is Trey Murphy III. Like, you can just look at his props and just, in some cases you could ladder some of his props. That's how well he's playing. This dude almost hit a record for threes. Was that last game or the game prior where he put down like 10 threes? 12. So 12. So Trey Murphy is absolutely balling. And even on this show, we have talked about Trey Murphy and even cashed on his props, right? So that is a spot to look at, would be the Trey Murphy props. But I just think the Heat is the spot here. I just think they're the better coach team. And the Heat have beat them dating back to January of last year. So this is a triple revenge spot for New Orleans if you want to look at that. But they played January 4th this year, and the Heat smacked them 125 to 106. Don't get it twisted, man. New Orleans Pelicans is not a good team. They're not good at all. They just lost one of their defensive engines and Grand Theft Alvarado, but again, he was kind of hurt himself and he came into the season pretty late as is. New Orleans on a 2-game win streak, people looking at that, but they beat Sacramento and they beat Minnesota, a game that they probably should have lost. And Miami turns around and loses to a team that was obviously tanking that game. They lost outright to Utah. That was a game that Miami should have absolutely won. Right, the Heat, the Jazz were giving that game away. Right, they were up by like 17 points. Took out Markkanen again. Took out your starters in the fourth quarter, man.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was wild, dude.
That was insane, man. And Miami Heat still outright lost that game. So this is a game that Heat has to get up for. Again, we're looking at scheduled losses, and this is a game that you can get back because you were not supposed to lose against the Jazz. This would be it. So I'm gonna see what this market does here. And this one here would be a Miami money line spot for me, but not yet there just yet. But I think I'm going to add this Miami money line. I just want to see what it does.
Yeah, this is a tough spot, guys. I mean, you look at the line, you're saying why are the Pelicans the favorite, and then you look at the market, and the public is backing them, the money is backing them, the line's not moving. Some of these games just don't make a lot of sense to me, guys. I mean, the Miami Heat right around 500. I mean, this is right where Spoelstra. I mean, around the All-Star break. I mean, that's all you really need to be in the East. He's just trying to get into the playoffs, see where they go from there. I don't think Miami Heat's they're going to probably get bounced in the first round. Don't get me wrong, but they'll be there. The Pelicans, I mean, you got Zion out there. You got Trey Murphy. Zion's just a one-on-one player. He's not a team player by any means. It's not even fun watching him at this point. Just drive to the rim, just try to draw fouls and see what happens from there. The books do tell me for a reason. I feel like they're telling me for a reason that the Pelicans are favorite, but I would just wish that the books would open their arms to Miami money, and they're not. They're more so opening their arms to Pelicans money because they're not moving this line when the Pelicans are a favorite against a team that's a game over 500 and that's very much still in the playoff hunt. The Heat have the better coach. I just don't get why the Pelicans are the favorite here. That's my one question, and that's why I want to take them, because I can't give you the answer to that. But at the same time, the market is back, or the public is back in the Pelicans here. So for that, I'm going to stay off of this. It would be Pelicans, and I just can't get there, honestly. I just can't do it. I'm not going to back the Pelicans, especially winning the last 2 games. I don't know.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Wine Time, do you think that is, when you're saying the public, do you think that's recency bias with the loss to the Jazz game?
I don't, because I feel like there should be recency bias towards a team that's 15-40. You know what I mean? Like, why would the public back a 15-40 team? Because they have Zion. I mean, Trey Murphy, we touched on him, and he's a great 2-way player. I mean, he is probably the star on this team. People are probably more focusing on Zion on this team. Not a lot of people, I feel like the general public doesn't still really know who Trey Murphy is. They should, I mean, because this guy's a great defender and he can hit lights out from 3, which we saw the other day, and he's done it before. We've seen him hit 9 threes in a game before in the past. So it's just confusing to me. Like, why are the Pelicans favorite? And if people are coming in and hammering them, why aren't the books making this a 2.5? Maybe Wiggins is, I don't know. Wiggins is questionable. I don't know. Nothing in this game makes sense to me. And it's unfortunate because I want to be on something in this game, but I just can't, because I can't give you a reason for it. So I'm not going to back anything in this game.
I think the key point for me with everything you said is, why is this not moving to a 2 or 2.5? But
the same question, why did this open up at -1.5 for the Pels? That's why it's like, I don't get
That's
it.
the thing. That's the thing right there. So the line opens up at a 1.5 for the Pels. Money's coming in on the Pels, but the line is going toward Miami.
It stopped going towards Miami. I mean, we're right back. Let's just go back here. We're right, like the legal books are right back from where they opened. And then here on the offshores, we have so I mean, it moved from 1 to 1.5 at 12:43 p.m. So, but I agree with you guys. I mean,
the X's and O's tell me Miami. The market tells me Miami. Why am I not moving on Miami? Because what you say all the time, Jim, I think the opening line
is the
what's
key.
keeping me off it. Yeah, it's just seeing the Pelicans open up at that.
And if I was to focus solely on the opening line, then I'd be on the Pelicans.
Exactly.
So I think there's enough trickiness in this one to not. We have a huge card, and so let's roll on. Dan Kelly saying Sweden pouring it on the much better team. Yeah, no doubt. 17 3 shots on goal. That's why we got the +5.5 in the hockey game. But need that goalie to stand on his head. 1-1 right now. There was a very small opportunity for the under 8.5. I had it queued up -140, which is so expensive, but then it went right back to a 7.5 of plus money. So not worth it at this point. I will just cheer on my action. Let's roll on. We have Wine Time hitting lead off here for Oklahoma City Thunder, Phoenix Suns. Mortgage matchups here in Phoenix, Arizona. Thunder 41-13, 19-7 on the road. Suns 31-22, 17-9 at home. Both teams 5-5 over their past 10. Thunder, as we talked about in the Bucks breakdown around the first of a back-to-back, they host the Bucks tomorrow night. They come in off snapping their 2-game losing streak with a 119-110 win at the Lakers on Monday. Suns are on the second half of back-to-back after snapping their 2-game losing streak with a 120-111 win at home over the Mavericks on Tuesday. So we have the Suns on the second half of a back-to-back. So let's take a look at the expectation here in the lineup. For the Suns, no Anthony, no Allen, and Green and Booker questionable. They say the maintenance day is on the table for Jalen Green. I mean, I get that it's the last game before the break, but would Green and Booker both sit? I mean, that doesn't seem to make sense. Questionable for Booker, right ankle injury management. I mean, I get Booker returned just 2 days ago, but would you really go into this with neither of those two in the lineup? We have Shea out, as everybody knows, but Mitchell and Topic out, but everybody else in. So here we go. Let's set up this line history and then hand it over to Wine Time to hit leadoff. WY says Thunder smash here in this one. Thunder opened up at 6.5. They're now 8.5. I mean, the 2-point swing from the opening line. This is what we're saying about the Pelicans game. Shouldn't we have gotten that? Shouldn't it have gone from a 1.5 to a? I mean, look at the 6.5 to 8.5. If the Pelicans game went from 1.5 to 3.5, look, we'd all be on the Pelicans. But that's not happening. What's happening here, I can understand why the market would give some Thunder backers a confidence. We get to the total in this one. This total's at 214. It opened up at 217. I've got to 218 before this heavy drop down to 214. And then when we get to the cash flow here for the spot, we have 55% of tickets and 89% of the cash in Oklahoma City. 89% of cash in Oklahoma City. Line moving their direction. All of that makes sense. Total-wise, 85% tickets on the under, 72% cash on the over, and we've dropped heavily. That doesn't make sense. Let's hear from Wine Time. Thunder, Suns, take it away.
I'm going to guess that, either Jalen Green or Devin Booker do not play in this game, maybe even both of them. We'll see. Something's telling me that this is just OKC smash, and I get it. Shea's been out for a couple of games now. They're laying this kind of number against a Phoenix Suns team. If they have Devin Booker and Jalen Green and company in the lineup still, I don't think that they would be this much of a favorite on the road. I feel like that this would be exactly where it opened up at, and that's what, a 6.5. What are we seeing now? We're seeing 8s, 8.5s. Circa has this an 8.5. I'm moving on it right now because I can't even get an 8. Unfortunately, I can only get 8.5s. I'm moving on it, guys. It's kind of an ugly play without your best player on the court, but they're laying nearly double digits on the road against a good Phoenix Suns team. That just shows you, I mean, Thunder, this is a good basketball team, and I think that even without SGA, they can lay their number. Jalen Williams, I know he returned. He will be starting. He returned last game. See if he's on a minute restriction. I'm not really sure. We'll see about that. But it doesn't matter. I think that the books are telling us here, with all this money coming in on the Suns and not all the bets either. What are we seeing right now? 55 and 80. I mean, 90% of the cash with 55% of the bets, and this has moved to 2 points. It's telling us that this is Oklahoma City smash spot on the road. So the books want to take my action. I'm going to take the action. I'm going to take them with the Oklahoma City Thunder -8.5, -110. I think this is only like the second or third time I've actually backed OKC this year. And I know they haven't been a great cover team this year compared to last year. I think they cover here. I think that they could lay their number and win this game by double digits. I'm getting an 8.5. If you can get an 8, obviously take the 8. I can't find an 8, so I'm not going to give that out, and I don't want to pay the juice. So I'm going to take the 8.5 at -110.
You are in business, my friend. Darryl, what do you think of the spot? Thunder at the Suns Mortgage Matchup Center, Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, I would agree with everything that One Time just said. I wanted to see how they were looking first half just to cut that number down because I think it's going to be a double-digit lead in the first half. I really do. Looking at their last one was against the Lakers, but OKC put up 52 points in the first half, and you've got Phoenix sitting at 47 points in the first half. Now, what is are they? You said they're game time decisions with Booker and Jalen
Yeah, they're
Green?
both listed. Booker and Green are both listed as questionable.
Right. So that number pumping up too. I'm thinking they're thinking Booker isn't going to play. Maybe Green does, but an ankle's an ankle. That's something that you don't want to make any worse going into the All-Star break. So I could see Booker sitting and Jalen Green playing, and I just think that OKC has kind of a point to prove, really, and that is again there were some games that they let get away that they probably shouldn't have lost, but here we are. And they're getting they're starting to be overshadowed by how well Detroit is playing. So if I were to look at this game, it would be OKC first half. But I just want to see what this IR report does. And I'll probably get late to the window on this one too.
Well, let's roll on here. We have Wine Time moving on the Thunder here in this one. And we roll on. Next up for us, Sacramento Kings at Utah Jazz. It was a real ugly performance. I mean, Nick Clifford was in the starting lineup. I want Daquan Plowden in the starting lineup, but Plowden went 1 of 7 from 3. The Kings against the Pelicans shot 4 of 31 from 3. Their starters shot 2 of 15. I mean, this is just an ugly group, you know. I mean, it's so ugly. I mean, look at this group, man. God, this is ugly.
Terrible.
Yeah, there's teams that are, actively not trying. This was a team that in the offseason was trying their hardest to put together a winning lineup. Now it's just absolutely horrific here. They are coming off their 13th straight loss in that 120-94 meltdown. Jazz are on the first of a back-to-back. They host Portland tomorrow night, coming off a 115-111 win at Miami on Monday. It's a 2-game losing streak. Sacramento over the last 10 games, all losses, 21st fastest pace, 97.45 possessions a game, shooting 45.4 from the field and 31.9 from 3. In Utah, they're 2-8 over the past 10, 103.1 possessions a game, third fastest, shooting 46.8 from the field and 34.4 from 3. I'm trying to think, Dan. I think the only thing would be the icing, as far as I know, in the IHF rules compared to NHL. I'd have to go over it again. That'd be the only thing that I would think of here would be just that the icing rule. So let's roll. He says there's not a lot of checking going on. Well, we don't need Don Cherry to come in and tell you how soft the Europeans are, do we? Because I'm not going to do it. Let's get into the line history here for this one. And we know that Finns are tough, but the Finns aren't playing. Let's get into the line history. We have the total at 230. Opened up 233, dropped 3 to 230. And when we get to the point spread here in this one, we have the Kings are plus 5.5. Look at that. Open up at plus 7, comes down to 5.5, a point and a half move towards the Sacramento Kings. Let's take a look at who's in and who is out. Westbrook, Sabonis, Murray, Monk, Levine, and Hunter all out. Carter, Clifford, DeRozan, Atua, Reynolds. I mean, how is this line moving towards the Sacramento Kings?
I'm gonna tell you why. The Kings are winning this game outright. They're gonna win this game outright.
Because all their stars are out. They finally win a game.
Yeah, man. They're gonna win this game outright. Here's a reason why also. Because the Jazz wasn't supposed to win last game, man. So they had a meeting in the locker room like, yo, man, get y'all shit together. You were not supposed to beat Miami being down 17 in the first half. Y'all just stick to the plan. Everybody do their job, and we can lose this game. So they got to give one back. That's my tinfoil hat theory, man. That's why I'm like, Sacramento could win this game tonight.
It's insane. But it makes so much sense. The market is completely agreeing with it. Everything is agreeing with it. I mean, in my head, it's insane to back the Kings after what I saw. Because on Medicaid Monday, I was talking about being interested in them on the first quarter. What I should have been interested in them is the race to 20. Because that's as long, because you have the other team overlooking them, and you get about 7 minutes, before the other team's like, wait a minute, we're much better than this basketball game. But your breakdown makes sense. 72% of tickets, 56% of the cash on Utah. The question is, Derl, do you have the balls to actually go ahead and bet the Sacramento Kings?
Man, look, hey man, say man, don't put me in this spot. It's not enough value. Plus 150. Now I'm gonna leave it alone, man. I'm gonna leave it alone. Hold on. Yeah, no. I mean, it's still the Kings, man. It's still the Kings. So we can't get too out of pocket. You know what I'm saying? We still gotta have some kind of discipline. But I'm gonna see how these earlier games go. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm gonna see how these earlier games go. If I could get a good read on some first half spots that I've taken, man. Listen, hey, I might send something to might at you today on X, bro, and tell you, yo, give me Sacramento money line, first half money line. I don't know, bro. I'm gonna find some way to get there if I got some winnings. But for right now, hell nah. We're not doing that.
Yeah, that's how I feel about this game. You guys know me. If there's someone that likes to back the Sacramento Kings, it's Wine Time Sports, and it's absolutely bit me in the ass this season at times. And here I am wanting to back them plus 170 on the money line. Like Jimmy says, it makes me sick. Utah Jazz lane 5.5. I mean, they got Jaren Jackson Jr., Ace Bailey's going to be out there. Larry Markkanen's going to be out there. How long these guys are going to be playing is the big question. How long is DeMar DeRozan going to be playing is another big question, guys, because he's averaging nearly almost 20 points a game, and his point prop is at 16.5. I think that's very telling. Maybe he doesn't play a full game in this. Maybe he plays 25, 30 minutes. He's the only really star, I guess you could say, in this lineup for the Kings that's going to be playing. And he's my favorite one for sure. With that being said, and that's kind of what makes me want to take the Kings. Maybe DeMar DeRozan just has himself a 40-piece kind of game, but the market's not telling me that with his point prop. So maybe it's the other guys that step up. DeRozan's going to be playing with a lot of G League type players out there in this game today. Maybe he steps up. We know DeMar DeRozan likes to play fucking in the gym basketball. That's what he does in the offseason. He goes out and he plays with people. He goes to open gyms and they play in those little scrimmages in the offseason with people that have regular jobs. You know what I mean? DeRozan loves to go out there and play basketball with anyone. I don't know if I want to back him against the Utah Jazz here. It's a pass as of right now, but I'm not going to lie. That plus 170 definitely looks appetizing. Like what Darryl said, maybe you guys get tagged in a post later on tonight saying Kings money line. So we'll see. As of right now, it's off. I feel bad for this Kings squad because a lot of these players I like. I like Levine, I like DeRozan, I like Sabonis, and it clearly didn't work. One-on-one basketball doesn't work in the NBA.
I mean, this is just I mean, sit here with the Kings plus 5.5. It just they've won 3 of 27 games on the road. Plus 5.5 means you're in this game. The whistle blows and you had a chance to win. I mean, I'm going to look at this again because if the books are going to be this blatant, opening up their arms to anybody who wants to bet the Jazz, then I might, menace. But I can't. It feels so sick talking about it. Like you're going to actually put your bankroll on the line for the Sacramento Kings here, who've shown after shooting 4 of 31 from 3. Again, the race to 20. The race to 20, man. But I mean,
Right,
it's
plus money too, huh?
Oh yeah, but look at this. If we had like a live stream for this bum ass fight, it'd be a fun bet to make. But look, Collier, Bailey, Markkinen, Jackson, Nurkic. I mean, that's not a bad group.
Pretty good. No, not bad.
Okay,
especially if Keontae George was out there. I mean, that's a pretty good starting five, which is kind of crazy.
I'm gonna need more time here. That first period done. Sweden 2, Italy 1. So we can sweat this one out. Let's roll on. Wine Time hitting leadoff. Just 2 games left on our show today. 9 p.m. Eastern. The Memphis Grizzlies 20-32, 9-16 on the road. Denver Nuggets 34-20, 14-11 at home. Ballerina in Denver, Colorado. Memphis 2-8 over their past 10. 15th fast pace, 100.7 possessions a game, shooting 47 from the field and 35.2 from the 3. Then we have the Denver Nuggets just 5-5 over their past 10. Just 5-5, 95.76 possessions a game. That's second slowest in the NBA. Shooting 47.3 from the field and 37.9 from 3. Grizzlies coming off their third straight loss, 114-113 at Golden State on Monday. This concludes a 5-game road trip. Denver comes in off their 4th loss in 5 games, 119-117 at home to the Cavaliers on Monday. Let's take a look and see whom we expect to be in the lineup. For this one, we have, there we go, a lot of probables. So we know Watson, Gordon out, but Murray, Jokic, Brown, all probable. And then Spencer Jones is questionable. On the other hand, Ja, Edey, Clark, Aldama out, Coward, and Clayton doubtful. So Ty Jerome, Cam Spencer, Jalen Wells, GG, and then Kyle Anderson playing the 5. I mean, Kyle Anderson is, he makes slow-mo Joe Ingles look fast, man. He's like, but he's a smart player, I guess, but man, that is an ugly group. Let's take a look at the line history here. I mean, can you imagine Jokic and Kyle Anderson battling down low? I mean, good God. Denver's a -14. They opened up at 13.5. And then when we get to the total, here in this one, we have the total sitting at 238.5, opened up at 236. And cash flow wise, 66% of tickets, 69% of cash on Denver. It's moved to that point. 89% of tickets on the over, 87% of cash on the over. And it's sitting here at 238. Wine Time. Grizzlies, Nuggets. Take it away.
I mean, Cam Spencer and Ty Jerome are your leading scorers here from Memphis coming out there. I mean, that's who you're going to rely on in this spot. I mean, I feel like as the game goes on and on, I think the Nuggets are just going to pour on to these Memphis Grizzlies. I don't know if a number is actually high enough to cover in this game. Haven't moved on anything quite yet. I want to be on Denver here. I want to see if I can get we can get a 14 flat right now, which isn't bad. Let's see what the market is telling us right now. 66% of tickets, 69% of cash on Denver. It's moved, a half point towards them. It's moved towards them. I don't know if it's enough for me to actually move on this game. A very high total here at 238. I think this is the second highest total on the board here. Maybe a Denver team total over in the first half is what I would look at. It's going to be a pass for me though. I don't want to take anything in this game.
How do the Nuggets take this seriously? That's the only problem.
Yeah.
Yet you could say, look, they're coming off a 119-117 loss. They've lost 4 or 5. And I was okay. Okay, but then when they walk out on the floor and they see these bums in Grizzlies jerseys, I mean, God, man, this is a Vancouver Grizzlies could take out this Memphis Grizzly group, man. Derl, any interest in Grizzlies Nuggets?
Yeah, give me the first quarter over 61. I already stepped on that. I should have played that. But Denver's still allowing a lot of points, man. They're still allowing teams to score on them. And so in the last 3, right now, Denver is sitting top 5. They're 5th in the league in first quarter scores with their season average of 30. The last 3, they've averaged 33. And they're playing a Memphis squad who's going to give up points. But Memphis is quietly ranked right in the middle of the league. They're at 29.5 in the first quarter, right? So there goes your 60 right there alone, just on their season average. But in the last 3, they're at 32.7. And they put up 32 points in the first quarter in their last game. So I just think it's kind of, you just get in and get out. That spread, I mean, for what it's worth, Denver, I think, is top 2 in the league in first quarter spreads. Yeah, They're second, right up under San Antonio. Right. So that 4.5 might look good because you can honestly see them just smacking the shit out of Memphis in the first quarter. But if they do that, that means it's going to be a fast game, not a lot of defense. And I like Ty Jerome. I've actually played a couple of his props, so I couldn't talk anybody off Ty Jerome points right now either. So I just do think when the beginning makeup of the game starts, I mean, everybody has a script. You have your designated plays that you run. And the fact of the matter is Denver is starting to let a lot of points slide by them, right, recently. Mm-hmm. So they're scoring a lot of points, but they're allowing a lot of points too. And I think in the first quarter, it's kind of that, test match that each team plays. There will be a lot of points scored. So give me the first quarter. I'll end it at that. I don't want to worry about any type of spread or anything like that. I'll take a total here. Denver, Memphis, first quarter over 61. I got that at -105.
You are in business. First quarter over 61. The Godfather saying expect them to sit Joker and Jamal early. They have enough bench to still win it. The Godfather will be rocking with us at Pubapalooza 5. AOD be rocking with us Pubapalooza 5. We've got a bunch of people that we've not rocked with before joining us at Pubapalooza 5. It's so excited for that. Let's roll on. Derl on the first quarter over 61 and -110. Our final spot on the board, our final spot on today's show. 10 p.m. Eastern, Spurs 36-16, 16-10 on the road. Golden State Warriors 29-25, 18-9 at home. We're at Chase Center in San Francisco, California. Spurs are on the second half back-to-back after winning their fifth straight game, 136-108 last night in LA over the Lakers at Crypto. Warriors coming off their second loss in 3 games, defeating Memphis 114-113 at home on Monday. It sucks because we talked on Medicaid Monday, and I went over the lineups between the Warriors and Memphis, and I was like, how are the Warriors 9-point favorites? This is ridiculous. But I didn't move on Memphis. I stayed off that game, and I should have moved on. Spurs 7-3 over the past 10, 101.7 possessions a game, 9th fastest. Warriors 4-6, 102.15 possessions a game, 6th fastest. The Spurs 48.7 from the field and 34.2 from 3. The Warriors 45.6 from the field and 34.1 from 3. I watch Kerr, and I think that he doesn't want to coach anymore. I think he's just waiting for Steph to retire so he can bounce out too. I thought that he was going to give it one more kick of the can, and then when Butler went down, he was like, man. And also, he feels guilty for the way Kuminga went. Like when he talks about it, you can feel there's some guilt involved, and it's just been a strange season. And now looking at this roster, like Zingis is going to come in and fix it. I mean, I can't think of a player that would annoy me more than Zingis. I mean, the guy catches a cold. He's out for 3 weeks. Spencer, Melton, Moody, Santos, Green, the starting 5 for the Warriors. For the Spurs, De'Aaron Fox, Dylan Harper, Devin Vassell, Champagny, and Wemby. You're 1-5 there. We get to the line history here for this one. We have Bo Jackson catch with the Warriors against the Lakers the other night. Yeah, look, you can find these teams where their lineups are like, who is that they'll be overlooked. There's lots of times to back them. This total went from 218 up to 221.5. That's where it's sitting right now, 221.5. And when we get to the point spread here, we have San Antonio opening up -6 now at 7.5. This went from 6 up to 8, and now we're back at 7, a flat 7. There's nothing here. Look, after the Spurs play LeBron at Crypto in LA, and Wemby looks phenomenal. I mean, now you got to show up at San Francisco and do it again, and Steph's in street clothes. I mean, I don't think this is an easy spot for the Spurs to get up for. 56% of the tickets, 60% of the cash on the Spurs. So there's more money on the Warriors than I would have expected. This opened up at 6 at Circa, got up to 8, just like the offshores, and now it's at 7. 50-50 on the ticket count, but 59% of cash on the over. Derl, our last game on the board here. Can we find action in Spurs Warriors?
Are you ready for this analysis?
Shit.
Wine Time, you ready for this analysis? Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
Give me San Antonio Spurs first quarter. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
You ready for this? Here's my analysis. I don't give a fucking shit.
I don't give a fucking shit. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fucking shit. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is.
It doesn't matter how many times I see it. I like it. Derl.
Yeah, man. It's a -2. I got it at a -2. But let's look at some stats here. San Antonio is first in the league in first quarter spreads, right? They're sitting at 37-17. They're actually better away than home. They're 19-10 away for first quarter spreads. And it's a 7-3 in their last 10. Golden State is dead last. They're last in the league in first quarter spreads. 19-34-1. At home, they're worse than away. They're 8-18 at home versus 11-16 away. And their last 10, they're 5-4-1. To me, this is just a continuation of how they smacked up on the Lakers, right? And I think more how they smacked up on the Lakers to begin the game. But I'm telling you right now, man, I think this line has gone down to the 7 from the 8 because of a backdoor cover. I just think it's a backdoor cover, nothing else. Not that they think Golden State's going to be competitive at all, but just the fact that they're just going to be smacked out the water fucking early. San Antonio's going to sit all their players, right? Just like they did yesterday. And, you know, there's going to be points scored. And so I would agree with everything you said about Kerr's motivation to even coach anymore. I think this whole ordeal and how they've handled Kuminga has added years to his life, really, because he's going to be seen as the bad guy who kind of railroaded Kuminga in a lot of ways. I just think the business of basketball is kind of caught up to Kerr. So all in all, man, this is a spot where you get just one team that's lackluster going into the All-Star break, not really giving a shit. It's just, okay, it's a vacation for us. And San Antonio, who's peaking right now, who can make up some ground. I mean, this team is definitively number 2 in the league or in the West right now. And this is a prime example for that total or that spread going down of a backdoor cover and a backdoor cover only. But do I think it will be that? I think Spurs will smack these boys all 4 quarters. But we'll just see where their motivation is, man. We'll see. So I like the Spurs first quarter. First quarter, first place team, first quarter, last place team. And they are absolutely running through these boys in the first quarter. That's my favorite play. Also, if you have not been looking at Gui Santos points, you are missing money right now. He has hit these in the last 5-6 games. If Steph Curry is out, take Gui Santos points. His points have gone within a week's time. His points props have gone from 7.5 to now 12.5 points. And it doesn't matter how high they put him, he always gets them. So give me Gui Santos over 12.5 points. I got that at plus money. I think that's starting to go down a little bit. And what I also did was just a little sprinkle on Gui Santos points and Kawhi Leonard's boards at 6.5. I got that at plus 232. So a little bit of pizza money on that there, but I'll make that official because that's what I've done already. But look at Gui Santos points. It's also kind of a sweat also. His point total was 11.5. Dude had 5 points in the first quarter and then didn't score again till like the third quarter. So I've been waiting to talk to one of a real diehard Golden State fan to understand how Kerr is using Gui in rotations. He's got this weird rotation. So just remember that. The way he plays, his minutes are staggered, but they're staggered in a weird kind of way. I don't know. So the Gui will be a sweat in most cases, but he's hit this number in the last 5 games that he's played with ease. So give me Gui Santos points over 12.5. Give me Spurs. I don't give a fucking shit what the spread is in the first quarter. I got it at -2. I don't care what it is.
-2, -106 available. I don't give a shit what the spread is played today. Santos over 12.9 points plus 101. Did you want the parlay included?
I'll make it official, yeah, because I'm really confident on that. I mean, like I said, it's a sweat. 6.5 boards for Kawhi yesterday. He gave you 4 boards in the first half, didn't get his boards again till like the fourth quarter. So it would be a sweat, but they're cashing. They're absolutely cashing.
What did you get? Because not all books are allowing me to parlay those two. What did you get on it?
Plus 232.
Plus 232. Beautiful. All right. Spurs, Warriors, Wine Time, our last spot on the board. What do you think?
If this was a -8 still with the San Antonio Spurs, I would 100% be on the San Antonio Spurs. I still might. I'm going to see how this market goes. This game is a late night game. I might honestly just tail Derl on this first quarter look. I mean, I liked everything he said in that look. So I might end up making that play. And if so, I'm going to tweet it out because I love everything he said about that and makes me not get involved in the full game because like you said, I think the Warriors maybe backdoor cover in this spot. You know, they're down by so much, and maybe the Spurs pull some of their starters in that fourth quarter, and the Warriors get a backdoor cover. I think the Spurs should be able to name their number here, but why isn't the line moving more towards them? Got up to an 8 and it went back to a 7. So that's what's ultimately going to keep me off this. But that first quarter, I think I'm going to tell Darryl on that for sure.
I love it. Excellent work, fellas. Let's review all NBA action here for Wednesday, February 11th. Darryl, my man. Darryl, take it away. Your action. Run it down.
I've got Charlotte -2 in the first half. Spurs first quarter -2. Orlando, I'm just going to take it -10.5. You got to, right?
Yeah.
And Denver, Memphis, first quarter over 61. That might have gone to 61.5. I mean, I would still take it. Kawhi Leonard over 6.5 rebounds and Gui Santos over 12.5 points. And then I also parlayed Gui Santos over 12.5 points, Leonard over 6.5.
I love it, Darryl. I'm excited, man. Coming off a winning week last week, I truly expect stack time here from you, my friend.
Yeah.
Darryl, thank you for your time and energy, my man. I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat. Hit this link and support our guy, Darryl Rice, our guy, Darryl, in the house before we can hang out with him and break bread in person down in San Antonio.
Yeah. Wine, you going to be there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm locked in.
Yeah. I'll have probably everything finalized in the next 2 weeks. But yeah, absolutely.
The prices for the plane tickets actually, like Jimmy said, it went down $100 already from LA.
Yeah, does that have something to do with El Paso?
I don't know.
There's something going on in El Paso right now where the flights have went down. So I don't know if it's just a good time to get to Texas or get tickets. You know, some flights are being canceled, or I think a whole airline or airport's been shut down. I don't know. I'll read some. It has nothing to do with weather or anything like that. I'll look into it. But yeah, I think the wife and I are going to come down. She's going to be with her friends and family in Austin. And I'll probably drive down from Austin and get to hang out with y'all. So yeah, man, it's pretty dope.
Dope, man. Let us know. Let us know if we can help with lodgings and stuff like that, Darryl. But much love, man. I popped your X handle here in the chat. Hit that link. Support our guy, Darryl Rice. Darryl, any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Hey, man, best of luck. I think I'm on to something here, Jimmy. You and I talked offline, man, and just the plays I've been making this week have been pretty good. I just haven't posted them, but I think I got a little bit of mojo running, man. I feel good about the card and what I've seen today. So best of luck on everybody's action. Wine time, brother. I'll see you here in probably a little over a month. Jimmy, same. We'll see each other again probably, in 2 weeks? Not next week.
Yeah, next week we're off. You're right.
We're off next week. So I'll see you in 2 weeks. Y'all stay blessed, man. Be cool.
Oh, there he is, our guy. It's Derl in the house, or Saturated calls him Father Derl in the house. Wine time, great work, man. I will be in touch throughout all of this roller coaster ride that begins in a couple hours. My God. My roller coaster ride sort of started with the Olympic hockey, so we'll see how that ends up banging out. But I'm really pumped to cap with you, my friend. Pop your X handle here in the chat. Hit that link. Support our guy, Wine Time Sports. Wine Time. Please review your NBA. And don't forget, additions from college basketball and NBA will be made on your X. Why not, actually, if you don't mind, why don't you roll through the whole gamut? Start with college, if you don't mind, and then go into NBA for us.
Yeah, let's go right to college basketball. We moved on Iowa minus 10.5. I actually see it down at 10 at
Wow,
some
Italy just tied it up.
Wow.
They were outshot 28 to like 3 or 4.
28 shots in the first period. That is nuts. That's crazy. That's nice. Hell yeah. Let's go, baby. We moved on Iowa minus 10.5, minus 110. Ohio State minus 7.5, minus 110. VCU minus 12.5, minus 110. Providence plus 5, minus 120. Texas A&M minus 6.5, minus 110. Samford minus 5, minus 120. Kansas State plus 1, minus 110 first half. And then for NBA, we have not tweeted out any action yet. Made the 3 plays official on my account. Just got to tweet them out. Magic minus 10.5, minus 110. 76ers minus 2, minus 110. And the Oklahoma City Thunder minus 8.5, minus 110. I've got so many other spots that I'm thinking about moving on, specifically in college basketball. There's a couple NBA spots, but a lot of these markets in the NBA today just have me a little bit more confused than I want to be. So I'm going to stay away from those as of right now. But yeah, looking forward to Friday, capping this card with you, Jim. I think we're just going to have college basketball on Friday?
Yeah, all college basketball here on Friday. It's a decent card. So at least we'll hammer each game.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the opportunity as always, Jim. Thank you as always, my friend. We'll be talking. Make sure to follow me on Twitter, Wine Time Sports. I love you guys. I'll see you guys. Oh, shout out to my guy, Nutflush Allen. Say he's going to have to swing by the restaurant with some fresh. Let's go. Let's go, Nutflush. I hope you're making the trip to San Antonio too, my friend. Always good seeing you in the chat and hope the family as well. Love you guys, and I will see you guys very soon.
There he is, our guy, Wine Time Sports in the house. 42 days until Pubapalooza 5, so we're getting pumped up for it. Let's do a review of all action here on the show. I said to Nate that I was going to do this with them, so I did. Now that it's 2-2, I was hesitant. I was like, God, if 4 goals are already scored, it's probably questionable, but I did bet the under 8.5 at plus 140. 45 seconds have gone by. It's down plus 130. Hopefully that's money that's done it. But let's do a review of all action. Thank you, Justin, my man. Looking forward to cap with you and Wine Time on Friday. Let's review action here. Respect play of the day from Res Mob, Steady Mob, and Texas A&M Aggies. First half minus 3.5. Stacks play of the day from Justin McKelvey. Number 1, Boston Celtics over 119.5 team total. And Texas A&M minus 7. Spooner, Colgate minus 6.5. Citadel plus 8.5. Liberty minus 3.5. Furman plus 2.5. South Florida money line. 9, Legacy flank stake play of the day is the Suns on the spread. Bucks on the spread. Spurs on the spread. He's also on Wake Forest, Cincinnati, and Boston College here. Gorky's on Cal money line at Syracuse today. Robert Cherry, Army money line. Cal money line. Furman money line. Wofford money line. Loyola Maryland money line. Kansas State money line. These are all plus money spots, and Austin P money line for Robert Cherry here. So then we heard Wine Time's action in college basketball. I'm going to be adding action now for myself in both college basketball and the NBA. But I moved on 7 spots here. I moved on Citadel, Lehigh. Citadel plus 8, Lehigh plus 1.5, Jacksonville State minus 7.5. That moved a point against me before the show started. Then Northern Alabama minus 116, Samford minus 5, minus 115, Central Arkansas minus 7.5, minus 110, and Marshall minus 2.5. DC Capper said, someone give me a free 1K bet. What would that pick be? I would have to sort of go over the line history because it's all basketball, so I kind of want to see where everything stands on the line. So I'll just take a very, very quick look on where we are here in college basketball. Quickly see what the lines are doing. We also have the backbone, our man, Mr. Jose Bouquet, ready to jump on with us. So let's wait no further and bring him on. Please welcome our guy, Jose SN1P5 Bouquet. How are you, Jose?
Doing splendid. Just waiting for Pubapalooza.
Oh, I am as well here. I am as well. So I would say that I'm stuck between Samford and North Alabama right now. Let me see If I could, okay. I think I like Lehigh. I like Lehigh plus 1.5. You know what though? It's. I think Marshall goes in and beats ODU after getting spanked by Miami of Ohio. Actually, these lines are all moving in my favor for these spots, which is a nice feeling. So yeah, I think Marshall beats their ride. Now, would you be too concerned about the opening line? If I'm not concerned about the opening line, I think Samford. God, sorry, I guess I'm betwixt, man. I guess if I could only take one of these bets, I would take Lehigh plus 1.5 with hesitation. Wow, that's tough. It's tough, man. I like those three though. But yeah, I would take Lehigh at home plus 1.5. Tough. So 4 additions, I'll be making them now. I'll put them on X after I bet them. I'm interested in Wine Time on Iowa. I'm still interested in LaSalle first half, but it's on the other side of Wine Time. I don't know if I want to, do that. Virginia Tech, I'm going to move on. I'm not sure if it's going to be first half or full game. I'm still interested in Ole Miss. I still have interest in UConn. Are they going to be angry? I'm not. I got to sit with that a little bit more. Then Texas A&M, I agree with the squad. I think it's a smash and grab. And then Kansas State, I'd like to get involved in. And I'm going to be curious to see what happens with that Washington line. Kent State, UNC Greensboro, Stetson, and Tulane were moves that I got off. So very interested to see what to do, what plans to make on those. That 8.5 that I got plus 140 is now a minus 112, but that could change fast as Sweden can start scoring fast. Free bands play today from Dougie Wise is the Hawks plus 4. Will, I'm going to study it longer. It was a game that I had cut because I had gotten off of Tulane. But now that you're on it, I'm going to spend a little more time on it. So I will work on that here. Then in the NBA, I moved on the Hawks plus 5.5, the Raptors plus 1.5. I'm going to be moving on the Wizards. I'm going to wait. I think Sar's going to be announced out first quarter and full game. It's going to be just a sick bet, which I kind of like. The Magic and the Celtics are 2 big favorites I'm really interested in. The Brooklyn Nets at minus 6.5 seems ludicrous to me, but the books are saying that they're going to menace here. So I'm interested. Then an over in Clippers Rockets, which is shocking to me. And maybe I'm setting myself up, trying so hard to stay away from totals, but want that. And then I kind of slowed down late in the card here. I can understand that the Kings are at this number, the market's setting it up. It'd be very difficult to move on them. I don't know if I could. And then my card kind of shuts up late, so I'll want other things here. Jerry Davis thinking American is smash and grab makes me nervous. So if Jerry Davis saying that, I guess DC, I guess if Jerry believes that, I might look the other way, and that other way, as we talked about off the hop, would be either Samford. If he's that confident on American, it'd be either Samford or Marshall. And I really like North Alabama Lions too at home. Yes, Spooner did move on the Charlotte Hornets, which is a very, very fascinating here. So he moved on Charlotte. He said that we piqued his interest in that game. Said Circle opened up at 6, which is notably higher than DraftKings or FanDuel. They've only taken Atlanta cash and moved the line down. So he's moved on Charlotte minus 3.5. Coin moving on that under 8.5 live. I'm pumped up, excited. That would be a nice score for me at plus 140, but long way to go. That's minus 129 now where I'm looking. We need Italy to park the bus, and Sweden's going to be all over them, so that could change quickly, but we'll see. Jose Bouquet, any action for you on this very evening?
Nope. I am starting my writing down of all the teams for Major League Baseball. So that beast will be here before we know it. And for those who miss seeing me on screen, are going to get a whole lot of me in the next few months. So don't you worry. Keep your powders dry. Baseball's coming. By the way, Jimmy, here's your breaking news. Miles Michaelis, a Washington National now.
There you go.
So there you go. There's your guys' breaking news. If you guys wondering where Miles Michaelis is nowadays.
Oh no, he's not gonna be good. That's my first guess. But I love those. I love those veterans throwing 85, man.
Well, yeah. Speaking of that, Jose Quintana, Colorado Rocky.
Oh wow, God, what a trash operation over there in Colorado.
I suspect Chris Bassett is going to be an Atlanta Brave here in the next few days. So.
Oh yeah, Anthopoulos. He always got a close eye on our guys.
So I would just keep all those things, but Nut Flush, don't worry. That's next year that we're not having baseball. Nut Flush, we're still good for this year. Next year we're fucked though. There's no baseball next year.
Spooner is Chris Bryan already on the 60-day IL.
Yeah, we're never gonna see him play baseball again. Ugh. Backs don't fuck around. Backs are not something to be trifled with. And
speaking of backs, man, my back is in so much pain right now. It's just the stress, man.
Or do you need a more comfortable chair?
No, it's the stress.
Okay.
It's a fucking stress, man.
I'm glad that you took the second to think about it.
I did, but it's the stress, dude.
Yeah.
It's the action. It's the roller coaster ride. There we go. That is our show for today. Excited about tomorrow's show. A lot of college basketball. It's going to be great. So we're going to have a Bobano off the hop. We'll talk some Olympic hockey, but we'll get right into college basketball. Then we have a Spooner for college basketball. So we have Bobano opening up his college basketball account here on the show. Spooner back to business. So it's going to be fun having our guys rocking with us. I'm excited about tomorrow. Jose, my man, thank you for all you do behind the scenes, my friend. We've got lots of stuff coming out today or coming out this week as well, too, in our congratulatory tweet and find out the cash flow for Kong's clips. That will be in tonight. So congratulations on Kong for winning the confidence pool.
Kong, email Pub Sports Radio with your PayPal information again, please. It'll be easy to get you paid that way.
And we are 2-2 here still in Sweden, Italy.
It was hilarious just writing down minus 1,600 money line favorite or 16,000, whatever the fuck it was for Sweden. That was hilarious. But I saw someone in the chat put over 28.5 saves for Italy's goalie.
Oh, that's brilliant. Got it in the first period?
Yeah, it was hilarious. 28 shots.
Wow. Well, this is a lot can change here very quickly when you have a team with Sweden's firepower, but
by the way, I bet them to win the gold. So
Sweden?
Yeah. I had two little balls to take Germany and the other one.
Switzerland,
yeah.
Oh, cool.
But I am marginally sized balls with Sweden.
Oh, sweet. That's 66-1 banger. I mean, Nasty Nate got 75-1. It'd be fun if that could be live.
That would be fun. That'd be nice. It'd be nice if the bracket at least broke your way too, so you could have all your futures on opposite sides of whatever that bracket's gonna look like, whatever the fuck they do.
It couldn't be a fun. It's nice to have a chance to get off to a winning start. So we'll see how this bangs out. Jose, thank you for all that you do, and all of you guys in the chat. Thank you so much for supporting the show here. The Godfather, Chris Warren, Jerry Davis, Nutflush Allen, Justin McKelvey. Thank you guys. Spooner in the house. Thank you, Acacia Cook. Thank you, Acacia, for rocking with us. A coin. Thank you, Jerry Davis, Will Rondo. Thank you guys, man. Have fun at the Nets game. DC Capper. Matosos. Thank you. Joseph Gomez, Bo Jackson, Kong's Clips, Crip Key, Lucky Power, Jay Jizzy, Wine Time Sports, Southpaw 788, Red Man. Thank you guys, man. Charlie, thank you. All of you guys, thank you. King Ooh, Grand Avado, thank you guys. MMA Locker Room, Millsy in the house. Dan Kelly, Saturated. Thank you guys, man. Let's go get this. Let's go get this money, man. Okay, well, the total's moved to a 7.5. Let's get it down to a 6.5. Maybe we have a chance at our original bet, possibly. Jose, please, my friend, bless our action with some lecharia and lead us into the future.
Yep, it should be fun. Mackenzie Gore, don't forget that, Chris Warren. Or you said Gore at the bottom half. I didn't see that one. But yes, Rangers Should be very interesting here as well. So I can't wait for baseball season.
How about that? The Tigers starting rotation now with Verlander on it as the fifth piece. Who knows how many innings? But how about you have the Giants starting, San Francisco Giants starting rotation, the Toronto Blue Jays starting rotation. There's some nice pitching groups out there.
Unfortunately, your boy Reese Olson's already done for the season, apparently. But they're nice. You do like Reese.
I am a Reese fan.
So yeah, but I still have 4 pitchers written down. And by the way, I added a pitcher today to my list of pitchers to bet on. If I saw a report that Grayson Rodriguez apparently looked healthy. If the team's gonna give up on you for nothing, you're not gonna show some backbone, Grayson? We'll talk about it all in the next coming weeks. No backbone, Grayson. Can you stay healthy and show the Orioles? But we'll all talk about it like we said. It'll be fun. Thanks, Godfather, everyone in the chat. Let's go make some money today. The Olympics have been good to us, and let's keep dominating on the NBA and find the college basketball.
Thank you, Dougie Wise, my man.
Shout out to you, Dougie Wise. Let's go get that money and leche, Los bookmakers.
Let's get